Good evening, everyone, and thanks for attending this public information session. We do have a lot of attendees. We're just going to take a couple of minutes to make sure everybody's able to get on before we start. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm just going to share the same message I did a moment ago. We have a lot of attendees. We're just going to take a couple more minutes and make sure that everybody's able to sign on to the meeting. Thanks. Good evening, everyone, and thanks again for joining us. We do have a lot of attendees. Once again, I'm just going to share. We're be just about 2 minutes, and we'll be starting the meeting. Just want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to sign on. Thanks. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Thank you all for joining us for this public information session related to the Granite State Landfill permitting process. My name is Kent Finnemore. I'll be acting as the moderator for this meeting. I work for the Department of Environmental Services in the Dam Bureau. Before we get started, I'd like to go over a few logistics for how the session will be run. If you have any technical difficulties during the course of this session, such as audio or connection problems, please reach out to the email and phone number listed on the slides. You can choose phone audio under your audio options and follow instructions there to call in. Those on the phone without computer access will be in listen-only mode, as we will not be able to see your attendance. All attendees will have their microphones turned off upon entry, and will open your microphone when it is your turn to ask a question. We will explain the process for the Q&A portion of this session after the presentations. This webinar is being recorded and will be made available to the public on the NHDES YouTube channel. As a point of clarification, I'm expecting that references to the applicant for the proposed project in this case may include Granite State Landfill, LLC, GSL, and Casella. Please note that in most cases, these names refer to the same thing, and that is the applicant. Same thing for DES. References to DES, NHDES, the department, they all refer to the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, the following is the agenda for this meeting. Following these opening remarks, Mike Wimsatt, the Director of the Waste Management Division, will review the purpose of this meeting. Then we'll hear a 10-minute presentation of the proposed project by the applicant, Granite State Landfill, LLC. Following this, staff from the Waste, Air, and Water divisions at DES, all of which will be involved with the review of permit applications for the proposed landfill, will provide an overview of the various permits that are required. The next step in the agenda will be question and answer period regarding the permitting process. That's our agenda. Now I'd like to turn it over to Mike Wimsatt, the Waste Management Division Director at DES, to go over the purpose of this informational session. Mike?
Good evening and welcome everybody. It's great to have you here. We're glad to be with you tonight to share some information. The purpose of this meeting is to provide information on the regulatory framework and the permitting process that's applicable to the proposed Granite State Landfill in Dalton. As previously described by our moderator, the event will include a brief presentation by a Casella representative about the proposed project, followed by presentations from a panel representing our three divisions in DES, the Waste Management Division, the Water Division, and the Air Resources Division. Following those presentations, we expect those presentations to last about 30 minutes in total. And following those presentations, there'll be time for the public to ask questions about the permit application review process. Our panel of DES staff will be present to answer those questions. It's our hope that the information provided during the event will be useful to those who want to know more about the regulatory process and will help anyone who plans to participate in future public hearings or public comment periods to frame their testimony within the applicable rules and statutes. Now, this is an informational meeting. It's not a public hearing. It's also not a meeting that is required by any rule or law governing DES's permit application review processes. And because it's not a public hearing, we won't be taking testimony. Things said here tonight don't become part of any official record on any currently pending or future permit applications. Our real focus is to hear and answer your questions about the regulatory framework and the permitting process. And we've had a lot of interest in this, and we're in part our response to that interest is to have this public informational meeting, because we thought it would really be helpful for people to have an opportunity in the non-formal setting that public hearings are very formal, to really just ask us questions and have a dialogue. So if we could go to the next slide, I appreciate it. So I just want to briefly review the various DES programs and permits that are applicable to this proposed project. As you can see, the required permits for this proposed landfill span all 3 of DES's divisions. In the Waste Management Division, there are 2 required permits, a solid waste facility permit and a groundwater release detection permit for basically monitoring for and detecting releases from the proposed landfill. In the Water Division, there are 3 required permits, the State Wetlands permit, a water quality certification, and an alteration of terrain permit. And in the Air Division, there's 1 required permit relative to the proposed facilities air emissions. So with that, again, I welcome you. I thank you all for being here tonight, and I'll turn it back to our moderator. Ben.
All right, thanks, Mike. I'd now like to introduce Joe Gay, representing the applicant, and he'll give us a description of the proposed Granite State Landfill project. Joe?
Thank you, Ket, and good evening, everybody. Again, my name is Joe Gay. I'm an engineer with Casella Waste Systems, and glad to give an overview of the project this evening. Next slide, please. Okay, as we look at this site location plan, we wanted to get everybody oriented with the project area. To the left of the figure, you see the village of Littleton. To the top of the figure, the downtown area of Whitefield. And then towards the bottom of the screen, you'll see the village of Bethlehem with a leader and arrow pointing to the village of Bethlehem. And we've also highlighted on the page what we believe to be the logical access lanes from Interstate 91 and Interstate 93 to the project area. So Interstate 91 would be 302 to Route 3 and then 116 into the project site. And then from I-93 would be Route 3 up to Whitefield and then in on 116 to the project area. At the bottom of the figure, you can see in a gray shaded area the existing North Country Environmental Services site. So for reference, the proximity to the proposed site in Dalton, the Granite State Landfill site. Next slide. So specific to the permitting that the DES will discuss in further detail as the information meeting moves on, we are looking at the project scope on this slide, and it includes a new access to the facility along Douglas Drive. So down to the lower right-hand side of the figure, we will be constructing a new access into the facility. And then just over a mile into the site, there'll be some improvements along Douglas Drive into the project area. Once into the project area, we have our infrastructure area that includes the scales, the scale house, what would be a future gas management area, the leachate management area, and a truck queuing area as well. In addition to that, we would have a new office building for the landfill management staff and an equipment maintenance building for the maintenance on all the equipment associated with the project. In the figure, you can also see the proposed phase 1 area of the project, which is outlined in red. So the area inside of that red line would be where the waste would be placed. And again, we are asking for approval for phase 1 of the project, and that's where that would be located on the figure. And then you can see in orange the outline of the property that we would acquire for the project. And again, this will be the subject of tonight's permitting discussion for the phase 1 area. Next slide, please. So as Mike mentioned, there's going to be multiple permits required for the project. Those will be discussed tonight. This will be a privately owned facility, Granite State Landfill LLC, and would have an unlimited service area. It would be a municipal solid waste landfill, ultimately developed in 3 phases. Again, the focus of the permitting at this time is phase 1, which is 61 acres, would be about 15 years of capacity at approximately 8.9 million cubic yards of capacity. We are requesting in our application to be able to accept up to 600,000 cubic yards of waste per year. Once the landfill matures, there would certainly be renewable energy projects permitted at the facility. And of course, the facility is located in the industrial area of Dalton. Next slide, please. So with this figure, we want to sort of step back and look at the surrounding area and also depict the full build out of the facility. So starting at the left side of the screen, which is to the north, would be the existing off-road rally school. To the east is Forest Lake State Park and Forest Lake. To the south is the existing Pine Tree Power wood-fired power plant, the log processing facility, a future drag strip area. There's an existing rod and gun club to the west. And then inside the project area, there exists a rock quarry. Today, there exists a rock quarry, gravel pits, and one thing that we wanted to highlight here as well is the red outlined area is the total area that's owned by the existing owner out there, and then the yellow outline inside of the red would be the project area that we would acquire. And next slide. So at this point, I think we turn it back over to the DES, and I appreciate everybody's time tonight.
All right, thank you, Joe. We're going to move now to an overview of the permitting process, and we're going to start with Jamie Colby from the Waste Management Division. Jamie.
Thank you, Kent. Good evening. My name is Jamie Colby, and I'm supervisor of the engineering and permitting section in the Solid Waste Management Bureau at DES. I'll be discussing the two applications that Granite State Landfill, or GSL, must make to DES's Waste Management Division: a solid waste facility permit application and a groundwater release detection permit application. First, I'm going to talk about the solid waste application and permitting process. The Solid Waste Management Bureau administers a permitting system to regulate the facilities that handle solid waste, such as landfills. The state of New Hampshire has adopted administrative rules that specify the application submittal and review process and the standards that apply to each type of solid waste facility. On this slide, I've listed the solid waste rules that apply specifically to landfills. As allowed by the rules, GSL has submitted a solid waste application to the department for a new landfill. This application is currently under review by the Solid Waste Management Bureau. Next slide. So a little bit about the process. Generally speaking, review of a solid waste application occurs in two steps. The first step involves a completeness determination, and the second step involves a concurrent public hearing and a technical review. GSL's application has not yet been determined complete. While the initial application met the basic filing requirements, additional information is necessary for DES to undertake the technical review. During technical review of the application, we look at the rule requirements for landfills. For example, we will evaluate whether the proposed landfill includes the required liner systems, leachate collection systems, and stormwater management features needed to meet the technical specifications and performance criteria in the rules. This is also the time when DES will review the public benefit demonstration submitted by the applicant. DES is required to evaluate and make a determination whether the proposed landfill will provide a substantial public benefit as required by the Solid Waste Management Act, specifically RSA 149 M11. DES's determination is based primarily upon three criteria, and I am going to slightly abbreviate and simplify them. Generally speaking, DES must determine whether The proposed facility meets a capacity need for New Hampshire generated waste. The proposed facility will assist the state in implementing the waste management hierarchy and goals of the statute. And the proposed facility will assist the state in achieving the goals of the state solid waste management plan and one or more solid waste district plans. You can review the exact wording and requirements of the public benefit provision in the statute. Again, it's RSA 149M11. Once we have finished the technical review and received and considered public comments, which includes the public hearing process, DES will issue a decision on the application. We have three options. We can deny the application, we can approve the application outright, or we can approve the application with conditions. The solid waste rules do identify the grounds for denial. So that concludes my overview of the solid waste permitting process. Next slide. Now I'll talk briefly about the required groundwater permit. GSL has not yet made an application for a groundwater permit. That application is not typically submitted until after a decision on the solid waste application is issued. In accordance with state law, specifically RSA 45C, a groundwater quality monitoring permit is required for an active landfill. The purpose of a groundwater permit is to ensure groundwater quality is monitored for the early detection of any impact associated with the facility and its operations, such as a spill or release. Groundwater permit applications must be supported by hydrogeologic information that includes an understanding of site-specific groundwater conditions, such as groundwater flow direction and geochemistry. If approved, a groundwater permit will outline specific compliance conditions that the permittee must meet, such as following a sampling schedule, testing for certain analytes, and reporting to DES at a specified frequency or when unusual conditions are detected. Groundwater permits are issued for an initial period of 5 years and must be renewed every 5 years thereafter. A lined landfill will require a groundwater permit in perpetuity, that is forever, unless the landfill is removed. And please note that a facility's groundwater permit is separate from its solid waste permit. However, the solid waste application process requires the applicant to demonstrate that it is feasible to conduct the necessary groundwater release detection monitoring. Again, GSL has not yet applied for a groundwater permit. Note that decisions issued by the Waste Management Division can be appealed to the Waste Management Council. So that is a brief overview of the two applications that GSL must submit to DES's Waste Management Division for the proposed landfill project. Thank you. Kent?
Thanks, Jamie. Now for an explanation of the Water Division permitting process from Phil Trowbridge. You're on mute, Phil.
There we go. Is that better? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Phil Trowbridge, and I'm the administrator of the Land Resource Management Programs in the Water Division at DES. And I'm going to give you an overview of the three permitting programs that the Water Division that are relevant to this proposed project. The first program is the State Wetlands Permit. The need for this type of permit is triggered by proposals for dredging, filling, and construction in jurisdictional wetlands and surface waters, as well as impacts to hydrologically connected wetlands and surface waters. Important permitting standards are the demonstration of avoidance and minimization of impacts, and where avoidance and minimization is not practicable, compensatory mitigation. Applicants are required to do a functional assessment of wetlands to meet the approval criteria under the regulation ENV-WT 524. And they also need to demonstrate how they meet the standard permit conditions related to water quality, fisheries, and wildlife under regulation ENV-W2-WT 307. For projects impacting greater than 1 acre of wetlands, the applicant is required to do an off-site alternatives analysis. So DES received a wetlands application for the proposed project in September 2020. That application was for approximately 17 acres of wetland impacts, covering all 3 phases of the project. As many of you know, DES held a public hearing on this application on July 14th, 2021. When we scheduled the public hearing, which had a 60-day comment period, we'd expected to receive more information in that time frame, particularly about the hydrology on the site from the alteration of terrain application, which is another program that I'll talk about later. When we got near the end of the comment period, we still hadn't received that information. And it's important for us to look at these two applications in an integrated fashion because they each provide complementary information. So rather than making a consequential decision with incomplete information, we decided to request an amendment to the application to get the information that we needed. We also requested that GSL sync up the wetland application with other related applications to allow for an integrated assessment. The next steps on the wetland permit application are we expect an amended application to be submitted by December 15th of this year. We will schedule a second public hearing to review the amended application, for which we will provide plenty of notice. And we expect to be making a decision on the amended application by December 31st, 2022. The second program that I'm going to talk about is the Section 401 Water Quality Certification. The need for this type of certification is triggered upon application for a federal license or permit. It's a certification that the state puts on a federal permit to ensure that discharges from the proposed project will not cause violations of state water quality standards for surface waters. Any conditions that the state puts in the certification become part of the federal permit. A federal wetlands permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is needed for this proposed project. So as a result, a 401 water quality certification will also be needed. The process for the 401 certification will be first, the 401 certification application cannot be submitted until the application for the federal wetlands permit is submitted, which we expect to happen in the middle of December. A hearing is not required for a 401 certification, but we will probably hold one in conjunction with a wetlands hearing. The deadline for making a decision on a 401 certification will be set by the Army Corps and can then be anywhere between 60 days and 1 year. So the third program that I want to cover tonight is the Alteration of Terrain program. We commonly abbreviate this as AOT. The need for this type of permit is triggered when a large area of land disturbance is proposed, typically over 100,000 square feet. An AOT application contains detailed modeling of how stormwater will be managed on a site to ensure that the post-construction runoff from the site is the same as the pre-construction runoff. The program also looks at the management practices that will be used to prevent erosion and sediment discharges from the site. And lastly, another important aspect of the program is a wildlife habitat assessment that's done in consultation with New Hampshire Fish and Game. The process for AOT going forward will be that we expect an application to be submitted by December 15th of this year. Similar to the 401, a hearing is not required for the AOT application, but we will probably hold one in conjunction with the wetlands hearing. The timelines for processing an AOT application are outlined in the AOT regulations. One point I want to make about all three programs is that the AOT, wetlands, and 401 applications are interrelated. Information on the AOT application on how stormwater will be handled informs the wetlands and 401 reviews. Evaluation of wetland and surface water impacts similarly can inform stormwater management designs for AOT. Therefore, it's important to look at these applications in an integrated fashion because they are complementary. This is one of the reasons why we are seeking to sync up the water-related permit applications. A final note regarding the appeals process. After we make a final permitting decision regarding wetlands, that decision can be appealed to the Wetlands Council. Final decisions on the 401 certification and AOT applications can be appealed to the Water Council, which is different from the Wetlands Council. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to answering your questions about these processes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. All right, to finish up, we'll hear from Todd Moore from the Air Resources Division.
All right, thank you, Kent. Hello, everyone. My name is Todd Moore, and I work in the permitting section of the DES's Air Resources Division. The proposed landfill would be subject to state laws and rules governing emissions of air pollutants. It would also be subject to certain federal air pollution control requirements, including standards of performance for municipal solid waste landfills. My division is responsible for implementing both the state and the federal air pollution control requirements. And these requirements govern emissions of air pollutants into the ambient or outside air. And landfills are sources of air pollutants. As waste in a landfill degrades, landfills produce landfill gas, which is mostly made up of carbon dioxide and methane, with lesser portions of other air pollutants. Once the emissions of landfill gas reach a certain threshold, the landfill owner is required to install systems to collect and control the landfill gas. Landfill air pollutants are emitted from landfills in two primary ways. First, any landfill gas that is not collected is emitted directly into the ambient air. Second, many of the systems used to control collected landfill gas are themselves sources of air pollution. For example, flares are commonly used at landfills to combust landfill gas. This combustion, in turn, generates different air pollutants, such as nitrogen oxides or particulate, which are also subject to air pollution control requirements. If the landfill is built and used as proposed, the generation of landfill gas will increase over time as waste is placed and degrades. The initial air pollution control requirements for a landfill are focused on tracking the amount of waste placed and the emissions of landfill gas. Once the emissions of landfill gas meet a certain threshold, the owner will become subject to additional air pollution control requirements. Examples of some of the potential future requirements include inspecting the cover system on a monthly basis and making repairs or upgrades, measuring the concentration of methane over the landfill surface on a quarterly or annual basis, and addressing locations where methane is detected above a certain threshold, installing and operating a landfill gas collection system, monitoring and adjusting individual gas collection wells on a monthly basis, and installing a system to control or treat all of the collected landfill gas. This is typically done by burning landfill gas in flares, engines, or boilers, or treating the gas to create a fuel that can be sent off-site for use, much like natural gas. Throughout that time, as those additional requirements come into play, landfill operators are required to obtain new or modified air permits. The initial air pollution control requirement for landfills to track waste placement and landfill gas production and obtain an air permit applies to landfills with a design capacity greater than approximately 3.3 million cubic yards and 2.8 million tons. Phase 1 of the proposed Granite State Landfill meets this initial threshold, and Granite State Landfill has submitted an application for an air permit. DES deemed the application complete as of July 24th, 2021, and we are currently reviewing the application. When we have arrived at a draft decision, we will publish the draft decision. We will solicit written public comments for a period of at least 30 days. And considering the interest in this project, we will likely schedule a hearing so people can also provide comments verbally. After the close of the comment period, we will consider all the comments and then issue our final decision. Final permitting decisions issued by the Air Resources Division can be appealed to the Air Resources Council. All right. Thank you, Kent. That's the end of my summary.
All right, thanks very much, Todd. Before we get started on the Q&A session, I'd like to introduce the panelists from DES. From the Waste Management Division, Mike Wimsat is the director. Sarah Uhas-Kern is the assistant director. And Jamie Colby is the permitting supervisor in the Solid Waste Management Bureau. From the Water Division, Phil Trowbridge, he's the administrator of the Land Resource Management Program. Marianne Tilton is the assistant Wetlands Bureau administrator. Ridge Mock is the administrator of the Alteration of Terrain Bureau. And Ted Deers is the administrator of the Watershed Management Bureau. From the Air Resources Division, Craig Wright is the director, and Todd Moore is the Air Permit Programs Manager. At this point, we are preparing to open the floor for questions from the audience regarding the permit process to better inform their participation in future public hearings. I'd like to request that speakers please focus on questions about the permitting process, remembering that this meeting is not a hearing to receive testimony about the proposed project. We're expecting it to take no more than a couple of minutes to present a question. In the interest of allowing everyone to speak, we'll ask attendees to pose one question and one follow-up question. There are many people here who wish to speak, so I ask that you try to be concise and try not to repeat previous questions. I'll do my best to keep things moving. That's the best way to be courteous to other participants. If we get through all those who wish to ask a question and there's still time, we can allow second questions from individuals. Please present your questions with courtesy and respect for everyone attending this public information meeting. To indicate that you would like to ask a question, please type your first and last name in the questions area in the GoToWebinar dashboard. We will call on people in the order received, and we'll keep a running list on the screen so you can see where you are on the list. So when you're up, when it is your turn, we'll call on you and unmute your microphone. Please note that you still must then unmute yourself to speak. Please remember that while you're presenting your question and while your question is being responded to, your microphone will be live. In the interest of giving everyone the opportunity to submit requests to speak, we're going to break for 10 minutes, and we'll see everyone back here at 7:38. I'm sorry, 6:48. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll now start to take questions. You should see on your screen a list of names of those who have indicated they'd like to ask a question. We're going to start from the top and work our way down. Once you have asked a question, your name will be grayed out. You may still add your name to the list at any time by typing it into the question area. If you want to ask a second question, put your name in the question box again, please. We'll move to second questions after all the others have been given a chance. When your name is called, we will give you access to your microphone. You still need at that point to unmute yourself to speak. Prior to speaking, please state your name. Please remember that while you're presenting your question and while the question is being responded to, your microphone will be live. Again, please try to be respectful of the time so that we can hear from everyone who wishes to speak. All right, first on our list and up to speak is Elmer Lupton.
Hi, I'm Elmer Lupton. I'm at 75 Newell Lane in Whitefield. Let me begin by thanking you very much for this meeting because you're very familiar with the process, as is the applicant, but those of us in the public not so much. So this is extraordinarily helpful. My first question, and then I'll have a follow-up, is in this process, what is the obligation of DES to the public and to the citizens of New Hampshire in contrast to their obligations to the applicant?
Mike, please.
Thanks, Ken. Thank you, for the question, Mr. Lupton. Yeah, that's a very good question. It's probably a good question for us to start with. So the Department of Environmental Services is a regulatory agency that administers the state's laws and rules governing environmental protection on behalf of all the citizens of the state. So we owe it to all the citizens of the state to do that consistent with the law and the rules, to do it honestly and forthrightly. We do administer those programs largely, or in many cases, and as you're hearing tonight, through a system of permits. And so that means that when anybody wants to do something that's subject to a permit that the department administers, they have to make application to the department. And as a permitting agency, we have a responsibility to clearly to help the applicants provide to us an application that gives us all the information that we need to apply the appropriate criteria that are set out in the rules and the law, and to make a fair and honest decision on that permit application. So we have a responsibility to both.
Okay, and thank you. My follow-up question is, it appears so far that DES has provided some very detailed and specific information to the applicant in order them to have the best possible chance of having the application approved. Will DES provide equally detailed and specific information to the public and the citizenry so that we can maximize the chance of having the application not approved? And if so, what's the mechanism for that detailed and specific information?
Thanks for that question, Mike. Would you care to follow?
Sure. Yeah, that's a good follow-on to that first question. You're right. And this application is not exceptional. We have, as you can imagine, hundreds of thousands of permit applications that come before us, from projects as big as this to something as sort of, every day as a septic system application for someone who's building a new home. And we do often meet with applicants to help them understand what they need to submit to us so that we can make a decision. If we don't have sufficient information or information of a sufficient quality to make a decision, it's not fair to anybody, because then, what we don't want to do is be playing a game of gotcha with applicants. We have a responsibility to help them understand what they need to do to submit an application that will give us the information we need to make a decision under the law. I will say, in response to the other part of your question, I don't think the agency has a responsibility, nor do I think it's appropriate for the agency to sort of strategize with opponents to any given project. in order to help them find a way to make sure a given application is denied. And again, I'd use the very sort of pedestrian example of a septic system application. If you were building a new home and you needed to get a septic system permitted, and your neighbor didn't want you to build a home, I don't think you'd appreciate it if DES staff were strategizing with your neighbor to figure out how to make sure that your application got denied. So the idea is that we're a permitting agency. We don't have a responsibility to stack the deck one way or the other. What we do have a responsibility to do is to help any applicants give us all the information we need so that we can make an appropriate decision under the law, whether that decision is an approval or a denial.
Okay, thank you, Mike, and thanks very much, Mr. Lupton. Next up for a question is Mary Menzies.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. This is Mary Menzies. I have a question about the consistency between DES's mission statement and the permitting process. It's my understanding that DES has not permitted a landfill on a greenfield site, maybe ever, but certainly not in recent memory. Does this make a difference in the permitting process? How specifically will DES ensure that the permitting process for this project on a greenfield site is consistent with its mission statement? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that question. Mike, please.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. We don't have much in the way of experience with permitting any greenfield sites for a brand new landfill. Most of the larger either municipal or commercially operated landfills in the state started out as unlined landfills that were created in many cases prior to there being a solid waste authority in the state. In many cases, there was already an existing unlined facility of some sort. In many cases, a facility that really didn't operate very well. And then a new party comes in and decides they want to build a line facility and comes into an existing place and looks to modify and expand it to build a more appropriate and compliant facility. As far as our mission statement goes, I think it's important to understand it's a very broad mission statement. I think many of the people probably on this call are familiar with it because we hear a lot about our mission statement. It's important to understand that the expectation is that the laws and rules that are passed by the legislature and the rulemaking authority it gives to the department, and we go and we make rules that are then subject to public review and approval, by the legislature. Those rules are intended as a way of administering those various environmental programs and those laws to ensure that we meet our mission statement, which is to essentially protect public health and the environment in the state. So it's a broad category, but at the end of the day, our processing of this permit application or any other permit applications really starts and ends with applying the criteria set out in the rules for any given permit. In the case of a solid waste permit, it's the solid waste rules, and really applying those rules very specifically to that particular application and ensuring, if we're headed to an approval, ensuring that the facility meets all those rules. Or if we're headed to a denial, that there is a good reason that it doesn't meet one or more of those rules and is therefore denied.
Thanks, Mike. Is there a follow-up?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next up is Doug Menzies, please.
Good evening. My name is Doug Menzies, and Mike, I'm going to give you another chance to talk about the mission statement and the permitting process. Again, along the lines of consistency, does DES believe that it has fulfilled its obligations with respect to public participation from the date of the first filing by a GSL, either to the letter or to the spirit of the mission statement? I've stated another way, does DES believe that it has worked harder to meet the needs of GSL, the applicant, or the rights of the public under its permitting process? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mike?
Sure, thanks for the question. So So I guess what I would say, first of all, is as Jamie indicated during her presentation, we do have an application in for a solid waste permit for this project. We have not yet determined it to be complete. So the official public participation aspects of this really haven't kind of kicked in yet. The official mandated public participation process is that once we get a complete application and we determine it to be complete, then the applicant is required to publish notice of a, pick a public hearing date and a venue and publish notice of a public hearing, which is almost always associated also with a public comment period that runs along with it. Having said that, we started hearing from the public and engaging with the public on this particular application long before we ever received the application. As many of you know, Casella had been talking about this for some time before it actually submitted any applications. And we began hearing from interested members of the public very early on. We have, I would say, without exception, daily email receipts with folks providing comment and concerns and questions. And we have spent a significant amount of time engaging with the public with their questions on this.
Thanks, Mike. Is there a follow-up on that, Mr. Menzies?
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Roger Doucette, please. Roger, are you there? Well, hopefully he's not experiencing some technical difficulties, but just for the moment, we'll move on to Sarah Doucette and come right back to Roger right afterwards. Sarah?
Yeah, hi, thank you. We were having trouble. Maybe I'll let Roger go.
That's perfect, thank you.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, how does public comment influence a DES decision? And if it does influence DES, what are the criteria that DES uses for public commentary influence? And if it doesn't, then what's the point of participating?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Mike, please.
I don't want to dominate the answers here, but I would like to address that question. I would invite any other members of our panel to weigh in as well. I will say this is a question we fielded before in many different forums. I will tell you that the best answer to that question is that we absolutely do take public comment into consideration in our review of permits, applications, and making our permit decisions. I think the agency across the board has, in case anybody's wondering, has a record of both approving and denying applications. And in many cases, those approvals and those denials are informed by the public comment that we receive on given applications. I think that the best thing to understand about public comment is that the most effective public comment that has the best chance of being considered and influencing the agency's analysis and review of an application is the comment that focuses on the very criteria that the agency is supposed to consider in making a decision. So if you provide comment and if there are factors A, B, and C that are outlined in the rules that a program in DES is required to consider when they're reviewing an application, and you provide relevant comment on each of those factors, that's going to really be important for the agency to consider and figure out what it means to their analysis of the permit. In many cases, people will provide very impassioned testimony and very heartfelt testimony about things that actually are not within the agency's purview to consider. And that kind of testimony isn't really all that helpful and probably doesn't get considered very strongly because it isn't relevant to the factors that the agency needs to use to make a decision. So that's what I would say, is that if you want your comment to be to be impactful and to be considered in the process, make it relevant to the criteria that the agency has to consider in making their decision.
Thank you, Mike. Is there a follow-up, Roger?
Ken, maybe could I add to Mike's answer?
Yeah, please do, Todd. Philip, I mean.
And Mr. Doucette, I'd just like to say, you know, as part of the wetlands permitting, we've had one public hearing already. It was many of you, I think, participated in it. It was a long hearing. We heard from a lot of people, and obviously we had all of our permitting staff there present to hear those comments. We've also received hundreds of emails, and I can assure you that we read every single one of them and take them all quite seriously. So, you know, the comments we receive are certainly considered, and I think, you know, Mike provided a good overview of how to, you know, make them as effective as possible.
Thanks, Phil. Mr. Doucette, did you get a follow?
Ken, could I just add something from the air program?
Sorry, please do, Craig.
I don't want to duplicate anything else that anybody else said, but with respect to the air permit program for any potential project, you need to, we go to the public notice phase at the time when we have made a draft decision. I think that people's comments need to look at that draft decision and look at the underlying applicable requirements and the technical write-up that goes with that draft decision. And look, as Mike said, to what the rule says and what the statute says. So very briefly.
Thanks, Craig. Todd, please. You're on mute, Todd.
Sorry, I had myself double muted there. Let's say a public comment to me when I'm reviewing an application has the same weight as any other piece of information that I'm looking at, because what I'm looking at is how does the proposal compare against the standards that I'm reviewing it against. And if I get information in an application and I, you know, review it and think that the permit, you know, is okay to issue, and we get a public comment pointing out that I missed something and that the rule actually precludes issuing a permit, then absolutely that public comment would be considered and it would be the best piece of information. So it's, to me, there's not a difference between a public comment or an application or peer review. It's all everybody doing the best we can to figure out what is the appropriate decision under the structure of the rules.
Thanks, Todd. Mr. Doucette, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, just a simple question. If not all our questions are answered tonight, will you answer them in written correspondence?
Thanks for the question, sir. Yes, Mike.
Yeah, I think, you know, we're certainly hopeful we're going to be able to address everyone's questions this evening, but if they're, you know, it's certainly possible that a question will be posed that we don't really have an answer to, or we need to do a little homework on. And I think what we'll likely do is try to put together, if we have a list of those questions, put together some responses that we could make available on our website or in some electronic formats, or via an email to the participants so that people can get those answers.
All right, thanks, Mike, and thanks very much for that question.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Sarah Doucette, please.
Hi, yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I was a little disheartened by Mr. Winsett's comment about the public getting little support in its position to have a good footing to be in this conversation. I thought the analogy of a person putting in a septic system is just really not at all analogous with the kind of impact that we're talking about in this landfill proposal. So my question is, and I've posed this to DES 4 times in 4 different ways over the last several months. I've had 0 response, which doesn't seem consistent with your wonderful guidelines for customer service. So basically, how in your procedure can the public get answers, accountability, and dialogue that are missing after months of public comments? How can the public be in a 2-way relationship with DES as Casella clearly is? Where in DES procedure is the public voice truly empowered and public interest respected as it's outlined in your guidelines? Further, like how, when, and where in your procedures does the public interest, as you define it, override corporate interests?
Thanks for that question. Mike, please.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Sett. I'm sorry that you take exception to my analogy. I wasn't trying to suggest for a moment that a private septic system on a residential property has the same impact as a regional landfill. That was not my purpose. What I was trying to suggest and explain is that the agency does have a responsibility to ensure that applicants get all the information they need and understand what they need to submit a application that we can process. With respect to the public, you're right. We have received a tremendous amount of input, a lot of questions every single day from a host of people inquiring about this particular proposed project. I can tell you that it would be impossible for us to respond to every one of those emails in real time and still get our work done. It's a tremendous level of interest. What we were trying to do is balance that, the magnitude of that with reaching out to people. You know, one of the reasons for this meeting is it's an opportunity for a bunch of us to get together and answer questions where a lot of people can hear the answer. And, you know, we've got something like 130 people participating this evening. And that's great. And I will tell you that we will continue to do our very best to engage with the public. Candidly, there are some questions that get posed that are just not really possible or appropriate for us to answer, and so they don't always go answered. But I will tell you, we do our very best to try to respond to people's questions and concerns.
Thanks, Mike. Is there a follow-up to the question?
Well, I mean, what you've told me really doesn't give me much. I mean, I totally empathize with your position as you've described it and as I've experienced it. But it seems to me that those who are desperately concerned about this project don't have a way to be involved in your thinking. I mean, we give you input like crazy, as you say, and we get nothing back. And I mean, maybe you could answer 5 questions a week that you're getting. I mean, some of it's from hydrogeologists who told you in May that hydrogeology studies were needed. It's not like that's new news to a lot of us. So, I mean, even if you responded to the professional input that you got in a somewhat public way, that would be helpful. I mean, I guess rather than being told it's impossible, I would like to think you and maybe a few others could be in dialogue about how, in fact, we could get some answers to some of the pressing questions that we're raising that are not just, you know, emotional NIMBY questions, they're gut questions. Some of that we can do tonight, but this, I just feel like this is scratching the surface. So, I mean, I guess I'll ask you one more short question if I can, which is much more specific. Why has DES not requested an AOT permit application in advance of completing your due diligence on the wetlands permit application? I understand that the land resource management decision-making was ostensibly merged into a single review process back in 2012. So how is it that we're just getting to talk about the fact that there's no AOT permit application in place yet?
Okay, thanks for that question. Phil, please.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Doucette, for that question. I guess the way I would respond to that is that we had certain expectations of the AOT application being submitted in a certain time frame, and those were not met. So the LRM programs, the Land Resource Management Programs, abbreviated as LRM, do work together in an integrated fashion, and we it's certainly in a situation like this when we have such a large and consequential project, we want to see these programs to get these applications together for the integrated review. You know, for various reasons that didn't happen, and we were waiting for that to happen, and now it's become very clear that we need to ask specifically for that, and that's what we have done. This is, you know, one thing I'll point out for, you know, if it's not obvious to everyone, is that this is the most complicated project for any kind of, for the department that we faced in 50 years. And, you know, the challenges of dealing with permitting across all 3 divisions, and, you know, I think it was 8 permits that we discussed tonight, you know, getting those synced up was something that is, you know, we have not had experience with as an agency. And so it's, you know, we've been discovering some of these gaps along the way, and we're seeking to rectify them as we proceed, because it's such an important decision.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you, Ms. Doucette, for your question. The next up is Elliot Wessler.
Good evening. I have a question about the August 26th decision. You've explained decently why an integrated approach to all of the permits that will be required makes sense. But you haven't explained at all why the wetlands permit scope was changed from a 3-phase project to a phase 1 only project, because the wetlands permit application review was very far along. The solid waste permit application review probably had only just begun, and why you were not precluded when you wanted to sync up the wetlands and the solid waste permit applications from requiring the applicant to amend its solid waste permit application so that it reflected all 3 phases of the project. Joe Gay, in his presentation this evening, talked about a 3-phase project. Is there anybody that really believes that Casella would be committing to a project that, you know, may end at phase 1? This is a 3-phase project, and the fact that DES is not considering it as a 3-phase project, but will consider all the permit applications based only on phase 1, seems to be a sop to Casella to make it easier for you to approve all of the permits. And I say this because it's really impossible to believe that that GSL would commit to this project if it didn't anticipate that there would be a 3-phase project. Is the economic viability of this project as a phase 1 only project probably just isn't there. Has DES asked for any information from GSL to establish the likelihood that they may in fact stop after phase 1? And finally, does DES think that the action taken on August 26th will make it easier for GSL to get the permits they need? Because the public does. And the public's thinking, I think it's fair to reflect, is that that was the purpose of the August 26th decision, to focus only on phase 1, to make the issuance of the permits that Casella needs more possible.
Okay, well, thank you for your questions. I sort of sensed a number of questions within that, and I'll ask somebody here from DES to respond, and Phil will do that. If there is something missing from the response, we hope to catch you on a second opportunity to ask questions. So Phil, please.
Yes, Mr. Wessler. So excellent questions. I think I counted about 4, and I'm going to do my best to hit them, or at least the main points of them. And so I think I'll start with the issue of, why would we focus the wetlands permit or application on phase 1 instead of expanding the solid waste permit to all 3 phases. And I think I'm going to have Mike help me a bit with this one, but I'll start it out. And there are some solid reasons why we requested the amendment to focus on phase 1 wetland impacts. And the first one is that wetland permits can only cover work that's going to be done in 10 years. The statute allows us to write permits for 5 years with a provision for 1 5-year extension, and that's it. So right out the gate, we really can't be writing a permit for projects in phases or impacts in phases 2 and 3, which may occur at 20 years out in the future. The second reason is that the department's been really clear that we weren't going to consider wetland impacts for phases 2 and 3 because the solid waste application, which came in after the wetlands application, several months after, was only for phase 1. And therefore, there wasn't the need for the taking of those wetlands had not been demonstrated. And we were not going to consider the what would be unnecessary destruction of wetlands for some project that may be done in 20 or 30 years in the future. So there was, coming at it from that point of view, we also felt that it was appropriate to focus on phase 1. And then I've made the point, about needing to previously about syncing up federal and state permits so they can be complementary. That got us to where we are, and I think I'll pause here and let Mike add, or Jamie add, if she could, about the why the couldn't change the solid waste permit.
Yeah,
thanks, Phil. Jamie.
Yep, thanks, Phil and Mr. Wessler. So the solid waste program, we had previously determined that unlimited service area landfill, we can't project more than 20 years of capacity need in accordance with the statute. So we're limited to a 20-year window for evaluation. So that's why the application wasn't extended to include phases 2 and 3. I think the whole project, if I remember correctly, is about 38 years for all 3 phases. But because of the limitation in the statute, we stop at 20 years. So they could only ask for phase 1 right now in the solid waste application process.
All right, thanks, Jamie. Todd, please.
All right, thank you, Ken. Just add a little bit from air. Most of our air regulations, and I think environmental regulations in general, become progressively more stringent over time. And typically when new regulations come into play, they apply to newly constructed sources. So in the air world, we're actually reluctant to permit more than what the capacity would actually be used. Landfills are an odd example because they're built over time, but we have some existing landfills in New Hampshire, and they are subject to some air pollution control regulations that cover landfills, but they're actually subject to the regulations that apply to what are now older landfills. And if they had been permitted at their full capacity far out into the future, they would remain subject to those old standards. However, if you only give an incremental approval for some certain amount of capacity, and then later they come in and ask for an expansion, which a couple of our existing landfills have done, that's a modification. That triggers applicability of the newer, more stringent regulations. So I understand the perception that knocking it down to phase 1 appears to make it easier to permit, but there's also a reverse effect where there's no guarantee that they're going to get phase 2 and 3. They're totally upfront about that's their plan, and that's actually very helpful for us when we're looking at the application. But if we only issue a permit for some section, That's all they get. There's no guarantees, and the rules may be different when the time comes to apply for more permits for expansions.
All right, thanks very much, Todd. Further response?
Can I
Sorry.
ask for a
Sorry.
clarification and then a follow-up question?
Sorry, go ahead, Phil.
I still have a few responses to Mr. Wessler, so perhaps I should proceed and give those, and then that might then we could move on, or then he could see if he has a follow-up to that.
Okay, Phil, please.
Okay, great. So Mr. Wessler, your second question, one of your section main questions, deals with the issue of segmentation of the project, and we know there's concern about segmenting the project and understand where that's coming from. I think you've expressed that very clearly. So what we're dealing with right now is the state process, which mainly deals with impacts to wetlands, on the site and adjacent to the site. The state wetland rules do not have a provision now for cumulative effects analysis. That provision was repealed in 2019. However, because of this is a very large project, over 1 acre in size, the Army Corps, for the federal wetlands permit, will have to issue an individual permit. And because of that, this project will need to be reviewed under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. The NEPA review is usually broader in scope than the state wetlands review. And as part of the review, the federal agencies will need to decide whether phase 1 of the project can stand on its own, and whether all three phases would need to be considered. So that gets to your question of, has anybody asked, is phase 1 economically viable? And that's really where that question needs to be asked and determined through the federal process. We participate and coordinate with our federal partners in that process, and that's also really the appropriate step or appropriate location for this question, because there are explicit rules for NEPA on this issue.
Well, thank you, Phil.
And there was one I kind of lumped second and third question there for you. Fourth question, is looking at phase 1, making it easier. And I think Todd already started to respond to that, which is, we look at each of these things independently. And so I think the answer is no, it doesn't make it easier. And in particular, I'll point out that our state wetland rules involve both impacts to wetlands on the site as well as wetlands adjacent to the site. And so the proposed project is planned out to kind of go in get bigger and bigger, related to which would affect the adjacent wetlands more and more. That calls that part of the approval into question further for future phases.
Okay, thanks, Phil.
I'd still like to ask a clarification question, if I may.
You may please do so quickly if you can.
Okay. We heard in Joe Gay's presentation that a phase 1 project would mean that there would be filling for 15 years, which puts that time frame at a sync with both the 10-year horizon for an AOT permit and the 20-year horizon for the solid waste permit. In particular, with respect to the 20-year window for the solid waste permit, why isn't it appropriate then to consider phase 2 impacts, because it's possible to do so within that 20-year window?
Jamie, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Wessler, for asking for clarification. So The 20-year window in statute, it's a projection window, and they have to come in at or under that window with their application. They can be under the window, but they're going to need to demonstrate, remember those 3 criteria I talked about with public benefit, they'll have to demonstrate that they're going to meet a capacity need, that the proposed application, the proposed facility will meet a capacity need. So they're trying to hit both ends of the spectrum, basically trying not to go over 20 years, but still hitting a window of capacity need. In this particular situation, they proposed a 15-year phase 1. That's what the applicant has elected to submit.
Thanks, Jamie. Okay, Phil, please. You're on mute, Phil.
I think I just managed to put myself onto mute. Regarding your first part of your question about, the difference between a 15-year phase and the 10-year permit windows for wetlands. I think the issue is that the land disturbance for something like AOT for that phase 1 area may occur in the first couple of years as the site is graded, and that's the time frame for the wetland, for the AOT, and where the wetland and AOT impacts would happen. I'll pass it off here to Ridge and see if he would like to add anything to this answer.
Ridge?
Thanks, Phil. No, I think you said that correctly. I might just add that, in my opinion, this is not an exact science in trying to project. As Jamie said, they're trying to hit both ends of a spectrum. And as Phil indicated, building the cells for a landfill, they're going to, in order to have the capacity, they need to build the structure to certain dimensions. And that's what Phil is saying would happen, excuse me, within something like a 10-year window, and they may fill for the next succeeding years because, excuse me, they have a cell developed. Hopefully that clarifies.
Thanks, Ridge. We're going to move on now to Wayne Morrison, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of change the topic a little bit. I'd like to go back. Ms. Colby talked a little bit about public benefit. And in regard to the DES permitting process, I guess I'd like to understand how you make a determination regarding the public benefit need for a project the size and scope of this greenfield Granite State Landfill. And specifically, I'd like to understand how does the DES account for the significant environmental, health, and safety impacts resulting from up to 49% of the solid waste planned for the site that will come from out of state, I guess mostly from Massachusetts, which as far as I can tell, delivers no benefit and no needs to the New Hampshire residents. Can you talk a little bit about how that factors into your decision to either approve or deny the permit?
Thank you, sir. Jamie, please.
So I'm gonna start off, and then I ask Mike to feel free to chime in here. So with regards to the public benefit evaluation, we look at what's required in the statute. So when it comes to capacity need, the statute actually lays out a number of items. So it says we need to basically evaluate whether or not there's a short and long-term capacity need for a proposed facility of this type, size, location to accommodate waste generated in New Hampshire, to accommodate New Hampshire's generated waste. And then there's a second section of that follows up on specifically how we're supposed to do it, like calculate, figure this out, then figure this out. It's like a 5-step process or something like that. And so, like I mentioned before, you might want to look at 149M11 to see how it's laid out. And if you'd like to see some decisions that we've made in the past that walk through that process, I can point you to them. When it comes to out-of-state waste, that's not a factor. Our capacity evaluation is based on New Hampshire generated waste and New Hampshire need. However, the Commerce Clause of the US Constitution does not allow us to interfere with interstate commerce. And in terms of the health and safety implications of out-of-state waste, it's out-of-state waste. The trash from a household in Massachusetts is not significantly different from the trash in a household in New Hampshire. So all the waste, it's still municipal solid waste, regardless of where it comes from. If permitted, the facility is limited to a certain set of waste types, and where they come from is not a particularly germane issue to the potential health and safety aspects related to that waste. And Mike, I don't know if you want to follow up on that.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add to that, but certainly happy to address any follow-up along with you.
Yeah, I'm totally disappointed with the answer, by the way. I don't know how you can say that. It's both a capacity issue. Half the stuff that's being buried in our landfills today is coming from out of state. So it's affecting both capacity, and it's also affecting the health, the safety, and the environment of the people in New Hampshire. You're making a generational decision here of something that's going to be in play for the next 30, 40 years and longer beyond that. And I don't understand how you can say that out-of-state trash just doesn't factor into the consideration of the project. It makes no sense to me. You have the power to say, we don't need this. My follow-up question was going to be about the capacity discussion and how you go about figuring out, determining if we in fact need this capacity. I understand you have some, I've looked at some of your previous work that you've done with the capacity analysis, but we have existing facilities, we have capacity, and I just don't understand how you can move forward and pretend, have blinders on like this out-of-state trash. That's the biggest problem the state of New Hampshire has, and we're ignoring it. And you're the agency that's supposed to be protecting us. How are you letting that happen?
All right, Mike, please.
Thank you, Kent. So yeah, Mr. West, so I want to respond to that, but also go back to your reaction to Jamie's answer to your first question. Understand that we, Jamie explained to you very accurately, I believe, how we go about making a public benefit determination, and the statute gives us very clear guidance on how to do that. Understand that we do not have a complete application yet. As part of that application, the applicant is required to provide a written detailed demonstration of how it contends that the facility will provide a public benefit, and we will do a very detailed review of that, part of which will include a capacity analysis, which, and I'll let Jamie answer your follow-up question about capacity. She's probably the expert on that. But I want you to understand, we've not even begun our public benefit review on this. So we haven't made that determination yet. And I don't want you to read our answer or what Jamie said about, the health and safety distinction between in-state and out-of-state trash as meaning that we're not going to consider the magnitude or the scale of this facility in the aggregate as we review this application. We're certainly going to do that. But as Jamie correctly pointed out, when it comes to our public benefit determination, the capacity criterion for that does not consider out-of-state waste. It asks us to evaluate whether there's a capacity need for the in-state waste that we project will be generated during that 20-year planning period, and to simply determine whether that facility will provide, will help fulfill that capacity need. That is only one component of the public benefit determination, and there are other components. But Jamie was giving you a very specific answer to what I think was a very specific question.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Thank you for your question, sir. Moving on to Lori Boswell, please.
Yes, thank you. Laurie Boswell here. And while I would love to follow up on the question that Mr. Morrison just made, I will go back to the questioning line that Mr. Wessler had started earlier about the segmentation process, permitting process. And I have a question about how pieces of the permitting process get combined. And specifically, the main reason for DES's August 26th decision was because while the wetlands permit focuses on all 3 phases of GSL, the solid waste permit focused on phase 1 only. Given that the wetlands permit process was so far along, in fact, only 2 months from a decision, and the solid waste permit process is only just beginning, isn't it a lot more logical and cost effective for DES to continue to process the wetlands application as originally filed and have GSL amend its solid waste permit to conform to a wetlands permit? Was that ever considered? And if yes, what are the reasons why it was not a preferred action in the permitting process?
Thank you for your questions. Jamie, please.
I think that might be both Phil and I. So thank you for your question. As I stated before, the statute, the Solid Waste Management Act, limits us to considering a 20-year projection window. So the applicant, if they had made an application longer, it would have not met the requirements of the law. So we did not consider asking them to amend the solid waste application to extend it past the 20-year window. Phil, do you want to add?
Yes, I mean, I think that's the main point of what, why we couldn't adjust. We had to make the adjustment that we did. And I'll just remind you what I said previously, which is from the wetlands point of view, without the demonstrated need for the taking of wetlands in phases 2 and 3, because there wasn't a solid waste application for those phases, that was something that we weren't, at all going to consider, because that would be unnecessary destruction. So, and I'm using that term specifically because that's, a part of the rules related to this and for avoidance and minimization. So, obviously your point is a good one, and I think it's a logical question, and is something we certainly thought about, but with Jamie's explanation in mind, showed that that the way we could proceed was really to focus on phase 1 for the wetlands.
Thanks, Phil and Jamie.
And I heard that I did hear the explanation earlier, and I also heard you, Mr. Trowbridge, say that in September of 2020 you received the first wetlands application, and that you were expecting after our public hearing in July of this year a hydrology report, and it wasn't forthcoming. Can you explain why it wasn't forthcoming and during that 60-day period? Who is to submit that?
Phil?
Sure. Yes, so good question. This would be, the hydrology would be presented in the alteration of terrain permit application, so that would need to be submitted by the applicant. And
why wasn't it? Why weren't they held to the letter of the law here, to the RSA, if they had 60 days in which to produce that and they didn't? It seems to me that the decision would have been easy at that point for you to deny the application.
So one thing I'd say on that is we don't require people to submit these at the same time. We encourage them to do it, and I think so it's not a law that they must be submitted at the same time. We had a staff turnover in terms of our review of this, and when we did that, we did a site visit, and we were asking some questions about the hydrology, and realizing that the AOT application really wasn't needed at this time, and we were having some conversations about that. I think we had an expectation that it would be coming in sooner than that. Then it was coming in relatively soon, and that expectation wasn't met.
I'm sorry, but it's just not an adequate answer. I mean, as a taxpayer, as a landowner in that area, I don't get do-overs. I don't get extended periods of time. I mean, if the expectation was that the applicant would provide this hydrology report, and certainly given their background, one would presume that they knew the hydrology report would be necessary, and it didn't come in during that period of time. In all good faith, I just cannot fathom why it would have been difficult for you to deny that wetlands permit. It just seems as though you've given them yet another opportunity to move forward versus listening to what the public is asking you to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I'm going to move on now to Nancy Morrison, please.
Nancy Morrison is not on our attendee list. I will unmute Wayne Morrison.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we're together. Thank you. This is Nancy Morrison. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Okay, changing the subject perhaps a little bit. I have a question about community involvement in the permitting process. How will DES factor into the permitting process the fact that Dalton, and in effect all affected North Country communities, are opposed to this project? And of what importance is it that while the GSL landfill will be wholly within Dalton, the environmental effects of the project will be borne not by Dalton, but by downwind and downstream communities, especially Whitefield, Twin Mountain, Bethlehem, and Littleton? An example of this might be that Littleton Main Street and the Ammonoosuc River District, which is a bustling North Country tourist destination, recently voted one of the top 10 main streets in the country. Tourism is New Hampshire's second largest economic driver. So again, I ask you the importance.
Well, thank you for your question.
Of factoring in community involvement and impact.
All right, thanks very much. Todd, please.
That's it. Relative to air permits, we notify the host community whenever we get an application for anybody who wants to get an air permit in that town. And then the municipality, citizens, or any other municipality in the area, pretty much anyone is invited to comment when we issue a draft decision. So in that sense, the area would be invited to review and comment on our draft decision. And then and also our air pollution control regulations, whether or not this landfill is subject to certain types of regulations, but they don't stop at town borders or anything like that. We look at air, once it gets into the air, it disperses. And so the air pollution control regulations are set up. They simply do not recognize borders. So it should be protective regardless of whether it happens in the host community or in the neighboring community or in the next state.
Thanks, Todd. Jamie, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Morrison, for your question. I think, Todd started with air, and I think he makes a really good observation or point that each program has each application has different public participation requirements. So in air resources, Todd has shared the public hearing or the public comment and hearing process on the draft decision, and the regulations are protective regardless of geopolitical town boundaries. In solid waste, the host when the application was filed, the applicant is required to notify the host municipality, a variety of potentially affected entities. DES at the Director Wimsatt's direction, solid waste is actually also copying the towns of Littleton, Bethlehem, and Whitefield, which are not the host community. And during the public comment and hearing process, everyone is invited to comment regardless. So community members, community groups, municipalities themselves, individuals in the public, everyone is invited to participate in the public comment process.
Thanks, Jamie. Phil, please.
I'm just going to ask Marianne if she could talk a bit about how, in the wetlands permitting, how we consider Conservation Commission comments from the host communities or local communities.
Sure, thank you, Bill. Can folks hear me?
Yes.
Sure. So when a wetlands application is filed, the department is required to consider Conservation Commission comments as part of our review process. There is a right of intervention, and the department's required to make findings to consider any comments that are made. And where an amendment may be filed, we will make sure that the Conservation Commission comment process is required through that process as well, so that the Conservation Commission can comment, and through as well the LAC can comment as well where there is a designated river.
Thanks, Marianne. Seeing no further follow-up from DES.
I have a follow-up to that.
Yes, please do.
You mentioned conservation commissions. The Dalton Conservation Commission, their engineer for wetlands and all were not even allowed on the property in order to do an investigation of the wetland impact during a period of the existence of wetlands. It was only allowed in the winter. Also, I'd like to comment on the fact that you say that, you know, there can be public comments, there can be input made to you folks, but it doesn't give us dialogue. I mean, we make, yeah, okay, we'll give you comments, we'll try to engage, but there is no engagement. We give you our thoughts and that's the end of things. Why can't we stop this before it happens, before there's smells in Littleton that make people not want to shop there anymore? Why can't we look at why can't you factor in the impact of the region, of what this this landfill will do to the North Country, and be proactive versus waiting for leachate spills and methane emissions that send people to their knees, as it did to me as I was outside the Bethlehem facility a year ago? How do you factor in the impact to the region? I just don't feel like you've answered that.
Okay, thanks for your question. Sarah, did you want to address this?
I'm sorry, I had my hand raised for a previous question.
Oh, sorry. Mike, please.
So yeah, Ms. Morrison, thank you for your question. And I know you're articulating something that I think a lot of people feel, and we're hearing that from a number of people. You know, we do have a responsibility to applicants to work, you know, basically help them submit the application that we can review. And to persons who are opposed to a project, that looks unfair in many cases. What I will tell you is that it isn't always obvious or sort of optically evident that we are considering other inputs that we are getting, and we're getting lots of inputs from the public. It isn't always appropriate for us to respond to some of the inputs we get, because it would imply that we have prejudged the application in some fashion. So it puts us in a difficult place sometimes. You know, what we don't want to do ever is make a decision, positive or negative, on an application that the record shows was in some way an improper decision. And I don't mean the answer was wrong, but rather we arrived at a decision when it was evident from the record that we had prejudged it, or that we had somehow done something or had communications with some party that kind of cast doubt on our unbiased approach to the permit decision. So I understand that for a lot of times people from the public, particularly people who are opposed to a particular application, they can feel excluded. And be honest with you, it's something we struggle with every day with every application. We try to be as responsive to the public as we can be, but there are many times when a response, there's just no good response one way or the other. And so in some cases, we take that information in, and we may have that information, but we're just not in a position to respond. So I know that's probably not a very satisfying answer. This meeting is an example of us trying to engage with the community as best we can. And I'm sure before the night is out, there'll be a number of questions. We may say, well, we really, it's not appropriate for us to respond to that, or we're not going to be able to answer it in the way that you would like us to answer it. But that doesn't mean we aren't listening to your concerns. We will continue to work to try to engage with the public as best we can, but it is not easy. And what I want to tell you is that all the people you see across the top of your screen right now work hard every day. They listen and read, listen to your voice messages and read your emails. In some cases, they may not engage with you, but that does not mean that they are not receiving and digesting the information that's provided.
Okay, thanks, Mike. And thanks, Ms. Morrison, for your questions. Moving on now to Tom Tower, please.
Well, first off, thank you, everybody. And Mike, as far as your comments in relation to an unbiased approach, you are accurate. There's a lot of people on this call, quite frankly, that have only really seen a lot of one side, and we feel like we haven't necessarily been given the fair opportunity to be able to represent the other side and then get what is kind of considered a fair assessment from DES around your opinions on the other side and the opposing points of view. That's not my question, but I did want to respond to what you just said in relation to unbiased, because this side's not saying it, Mike, and we appreciate DES, being a little bit more, I guess, sensitive and offer a little bit more effort to try to ensure that the other side, which is a lot of people on this call, are getting, your views and opinions relating to the project, and it doesn't look one-sided, because I'm encouraged by what you said, but it does appear to be one-sided at this point. You don't need to respond. In relation to kind of hitting the reset button, we talked about going from 3 phases down to 1 phase. Joe Gay presents earlier, and he's of the assumption that this is a 3-phase project, but yet DES is saying that, this has to be considered under a 10-year horizon, right? And we don't necessarily know whether or not phase 1 will ever see a phase 2 or a phase 3, and we can't consider that. So guys, humor me for a minute when I ask that, when the GSL files an amended wetlands application, will DES expect to see an alternative site analysis that identifies alternative sites comparable in scope to the footprint of the GSL phase 1 only, suggesting that a lot more potential sites that are smaller in scope may be available and will therefore need to be evaluated as alternatives to the Dalton site?
Thank you for your question. Phil, please.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Tower. It's a good question. Not having seen the amended application yet, I can't say what the applicant may have changed or may change in it. I can say that the DES asked the applicant specifically to look at alternative sites outside of New Hampshire in our letters in 2019. And the alternatives analysis that was submitted already looked at sites, both in Massachusetts and other parts of New Hampshire. So it's certainly something we're going to review carefully in the amended application. I would say, I think these are valid points and things that we're we'll be looking at carefully.
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Phil. We look forward to the response on that because there's an assumption that given that smaller footprint, there could be a significant amount of other alternative sites that I don't think I need to tell the other people on the call here that most people feel that this is just a horrible, horrible site for a landfill next to a state park, right next to tributaries that feed the Ammonoosuc, right next to a pristine lake. If this is a smaller footprint, well then, my word, can we please explore an alternate site here? Just a quick follow up here on alternate sites. You know, if the applicant is expecting up to half of the trash to be landfilled at the GSL, and it's going to come from out of state, and well, in those situations, right, alternative sites in other states, including states such as Massachusetts, that may be contributing a large percentage of the out-of-state landfill, will DES, and what's the process for ensuring that alternate sites have been entertained if it's going to be coming from out of state, guys? 50%, and that's documented. 49%.
Thanks for your question. Phil, please.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, it's kind of a question of, you know, a similar question, and I think we can go a little further on that. So under the state wetlands process, the offsite alternatives analysis is required for any project that impacts more than an acre of under regulation ENV WT 524. The state rules on offsite alternatives analysis are not very specific. However, the alternatives considered should relate to the proposed project, which is, you know, a landfill, you know, in northern New England. The NEPA process, the National Environmental Policy Act process that I mentioned earlier, it provides a much broader scope of alternatives analysis review and with much more specific rules. So it's a complicated issue, still under review at the state level, and something that we're certainly going to be discussing with our federal partners.
Thanks, Phil. Okay, moving on now to Stephen Walker, please.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, great. My question is about any limitations you guys are going to set on public participation in this process. Specifically, does the public have a right to ask questions and get answers from DES about the reasonableness of why you're doing what you're doing? For example, if it looks like DES has taken action during this process, much like the phase, only looking at one phase, do we have the right to probe DES as to why you did what you did during the permitting process and expect a reasonable time frame for response?
Well, thanks for your question. Mike, please.
Sure. Yeah. So I think the specific question, Mr. Walker, that you asked was maybe directed towards the Water Division, but just in a general sense, anybody has a right to ask a question about anything pending before DES at any time. Whether we can or will answer that, it depends. It depends. As I discussed before, there's some questions that it's just very difficult for us to give a responsive answer to. In cases where we can give an answer and we think it'll be helpful, we will endeavor to do that. So nobody should feel like they don't have a right to ask a question. And I understand it's frustrating when they don't get an answer right away or within a reasonable amount of time. And sometimes we aren't able to provide an answer promptly. But certainly you should feel at liberty to ask. And I know Todd had wanted to weigh in on this as well, so I'll hand it over to Todd.
Yeah, the only thing I would have to add is, at least in the air permits, is absolutely a very formal opportunity to ask questions, and that's commenting on a draft decision. And it's Air Resources practice to respond to all of our comments in writing when we issue the final decision.
Okay, thanks, Mike and Todd.
Ken, could I add something?
Yes, please, Phil. Yes.
So, Mr. Walker, I think you were probably asking, if you're asking specifically about, the water division and some of the approaches we've been taking for the wetlands permit, if that's your specific request.
Yep.
I view the answers that I'm trying to provide to you tonight as that forum. We're trying to be as clear as possible about the factors that influenced our decisions and why we took the decisions we did. And so, I mean, we've already had several questions on that. I've tried to answer as clearly and as factually as I can. I mean, so
understood. But it's taken a lot of public pressure to get to this point where we've had to have this meeting. So, I mean, you guys keep citing these rules that you have to follow. What's in the rules that says you have an obligation to respond to the questions and to the things that are being presented to you? As Sarah said before, there's good, solid data that's there, and it's like it's being ignored. And you're hand-holding Casella with their permit.
I guess I can respond to that. I mean, I think under the wetlands permit in particular, I think you're referring to some reports we received from certified wetland scientists, that are hired by
everybody outside of Casella. Yes,
yeah,
outside of Casella.
Right, and those reports are certainly being reviewed just like every other public comment. We certainly pay attention to the fact that these are from professionals and take them very seriously. We're in a deliberative phase. We cannot provide piecemeal answers to how we're reviewing certain comments from certain people. We're trying to do this as a whole. So it's just not something that we can give out a piece of the answer a little bit at a time. We are working towards a decision that considers all of the comments we received, and certainly we pay close attention to those reports that we received from professionals related to this issue.
Thanks, Phil, and thanks for your questions. Starting to hear a little bit of the same questions in some ways. Hoping we can separate that out a little bit. Moving on now to Joanne Bailey, please. I'm sorry, Joanne Blaney.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm Joanne Blaney. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, from Bethlehem. I have a question about community involvement in the permitting process. A big impact of the GSL project is safety and quality of life from truck traffic. The proposed route for trash haulers and leachate tankers will be right through the center of Bethlehem, our main street, going right past our stores, our post office, our elementary school children. They'll be going by our busy Route 302 toward the east, continuing right through Carroll and the Twin Mountain intersection, turning on to the direction of the small town of Whitefield, a very small little intersection there that will have to be maneuvered by these trucks and tankers. And I'll just mention this is a marked difference from the truck route to our Bethlehem NCES, the Casella landfill that we already have, which does follow I-93, and it doesn't go through any community downtowns. How will these truck impact factor into the DES permitting process? And I guess specifically, is it even a possibility that truck traffic impacts could stop or foreclose permit approvals?
Thanks for your question. Todd, please.
And I've received similar comments on other projects in the past. I know at least from an air perspective, and I think this is same across the board for all DES programs, and this is actually a good example to use, we do not have any jurisdiction over truck traffic on public roads. So it doesn't matter whether we agree that that route is a good idea or not a good idea. It's not something that we have the authority to weigh in on, and we can't put conditions in our permit and approve or deny a project based on truck traffic. I'm very confident from my air program that that's the case, and I think that's similar across the board for other DES programs.
Thanks, Todd.
And well, maybe it should follow up. I say that's a good example of what we're doing when we're reviewing an application, is looking to see what have they applied for, identifying what laws and rules apply, and whether or not what they've applied for is allowable under those laws and rules, or do they need to take limitations or accept conditions in order to build it. But the decision, so to speak, is already made in the laws and rules. We are just making sure that those laws and rules are applied appropriately. So, and in this case, we do not implement a law or a rule that controls truck traffic to or from a facility.
Thanks, Todd.
I would just like to.
Okay, quick follow-up, yes?
I would just like to add from a safety standpoint that I know that the proposed route, instead of going through Littleton directly to their Dalton landfill, proposed landfill, which might be 4 miles through Littleton, they're choosing this route that's 28 to 30 miles going through all these 3 or 4 little towns. So just from a safety standpoint, I'd like to just point out that that certainly should be a consideration. And just one comment, not a question. I'm just very much opposed to the actions to date of NHDES, especially a decision to not issue a decision on all 3-phase project. I would just like to add that. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your question. Moving on to Neil McIver, please.
Neil McIver is using his phone for audio, and I'm going to send a pen to Neil that he should be able to enter on his phone.
Okay. We will hang in there for a moment.
And Neil, if you are able to gain access, you should be able to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm going to give that a couple more moments here. We'll certainly come back to Neil if that's how it goes. Okay, we're not able to make contact with Mr. McIver just now. Hopefully we can get him on immediately after Peg Parento.
Hello?
Yes.
Do you want to turn your phone down?
Is this
Can you shut
Mr.
it off?
McIver?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, my question about capacity's already been answered, but my granddaughter, my 12-year-old granddaughter, Berkeley Parento, has been very involved in this process And she says in 50 years, she'll be 62 years old and will have to live with your decisions made on this project. But her question is, does New Hampshire DES consider the environment's health to be more important than a landfill in this proposed location?
Well, thanks for your question. Mike, please.
Thank you, Ms. Brento and your granddaughter, Berkeley, for that question. I think that the best way to answer that is that everybody across the top of the screen considers the environment very important. That's why they do the work that they do. We do have a very specific statutory responsibility to review and make decisions on permit applications that come before us. And we're duty bound under the law to do that consistent with the laws and administrative rules that govern how we process those applications. Now, built into those rules and those laws are a host of features that are designed to ensure protection of the environment. And we will do our very best in making a decision on this application to ensure that we are looking at each and every one of those criteria. And wherever we end up, you know, and at the end of the day, if those criteria are met, then in every respect, then just in general, with any permit application, if those criteria are met, then the applicant will get an approval. And if one or more of those criteria are not met and can't be met, then they'll get a denial. And we hope at the end of the day that the laws and rules that govern how these things are done will ensure that whatever decision we come to when we follow them will be protective of the environment. And that's our goal in the end.
Well, thanks, Mike. Is there a follow-up to the question, Ms. Parento?
No, there isn't.
Thank you very much. Did Neil McIver ever get back on the line?
I don't believe so, but we've sent somebody out to see if they can help him.
Okay. Thanks, Jenna. All right, moving on to Adam Finkel, please.
Yes, hi, thank you. I will spare you all the plaudits. It's very nostalgic as a former federal regulator to watch you have to navigate this situation. I appreciate it. I do want to get back to public access and parity, and I'll try to be constructive with a question. A number of us have gone around, and let me try it a different way. Why won't you meet privately with at least one group of experts against this project, when you obviously meet with the applicant regularly and in private? Maybe your statutes don't require this kind of parity, but can you seriously say this doesn't look like an awful unfair bias? And in particular, you must be aware that the applicant has already sued 4 of us for defamation. 3 of the 4 dismissed utterly for lack of a claim, but holds over the entire region the prospect of adding any number of, quote, Doe defendants to its slap suit. So how can you possibly get candid questions from the public or comments when plaintiffs are listening in? How can you answer the allegation I'm making that you appear to be further biasing the process by letting some litigants meet with you in private while where they can, in theory at least, provide misinformation and defame others with impunity? I think to be constructive, you should open your doors and meet with some experts who could provide some contrary views to what you've been hearing. And because of this litigation, I think invariably you have stumbled into an unfair situation that is on your shoulders to rectify. And I do have a follow-up.
All right, well, thanks for your question. Mike, please.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Finkel. I understand exactly what you're saying. And, you know, I think what I would say is that we are at the beginning of a process that is likely to be very lengthy. We do get a number of requests to meet with folks. And in fact, we have met with some folks going back as far as before we even had any applications in the door, and we may well do that yet. I'm not sure we could meet with everybody who might want to meet with us because the numbers are great. But that's something we take under advisement. And this, as I said, we're early on in the process here. And again, you're correct. The law and the rules that we are governed under don't require us to meet with members of the public who may be opposed to a project other than in a public hearing setting. But that doesn't mean that we can't or couldn't or wouldn't do it.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I think the time to do that is now or soon. I think the prior meetings were helpful, but it was pre-application. And again, I just think the applicant has poisoned the well, and you need to understand that. One more question with a constructive suggestion as well, going back to the Dalton Conservation Commission. I understand, maybe I'm wrong, that you didn't even have the courtesy to respond to their June 4th letter asking for a delay in the hearing. But notwithstanding that, now that there's a 16-month delay, I guess I will just say, I assume that you will instruct the applicant to open the site to them during the growing season in 2022, and that you will entertain a meeting with the DCC in private after that. Again, you may not have to, but it would look, in my view, for what that's worth, terrible if you didn't do both of those things right away. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your questions. All right, not seeing any DES hands. Thanks very much for your questions and statements. Moving on now to Representative Edith Tucker, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. I'm not sure how to use this system. I wanted to start out without a question and just say that I have found this process far more instructive and helpful tonight than I had ever anticipated. And possibly it's because I haven't understood fully the ins and outs of the permitting process or the variety of people who are involved in making decisions. But thank you very much for doing this. I had started to ask a question about really why you'd given up phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 as controlling the process. And I really have had that answered tonight. And I'm wondering whether you could give me some legislative advice. It sounds as though the Army Corps of Engineers has a wider scope of questions it can ask and different statutory requirements, which are perhaps broader. Should we be trying to institute in the state of New Hampshire a change in our laws to replicate to some extent what the Army Corps is able to take into account when it's making decisions? I had thought the Army Corps was a fairly small part of the overall process in decision making in New Hampshire. One, because they valued the quality of the work in New Hampshire, and two, because they're extremely busy and understaffed. But if you think that there are things that are in the Army Corps' portfolio of questions they can ask an applicant and timelines that are longer and therefore more reasonable for a large project that's going to take place over time, I would be very interested. There's still time for senators such as Senator Hennessy to file legislation this year that could change some of these factors to reflect more closely the portfolio of the Army Corps. So that's a long question, but I really would like your advice.
Well, thanks very much, Representative, for your question. Phil, please.
Great. Hello, Representative Tucker. Thanks for the question. I'll start this off, and then I'm going to ask Marianne to help me with it. As I understood it, there's really two parts to your question. Is should we be considering any changes to New Hampshire's statutes? And I'd add to that rules related to wetlands permitting to be more similar to what's done at the federal level. And I think another question about, just how big is the role of the Army Corps in wetlands permitting? I think one distinction I would make is that there's really two federal processes that are going to be involved with this project. There's the federal wetlands permitting process, which is Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, and that's one where there's a very strong overlap with the state rules, and you can think of that like any federal program where it's kind of a broad authority that applies to all states, and then each state kind of customizes how they implement that. And we work very closely with the Army Corps on all wetland decisions. For this case, because this is such a large project, it's triggering NEPA, the Environmental Policy Act, National Environmental Policy Act, which is an entirely different federal regulation. And that's the one where there's this much broader scope of questioning. So it does not specific to wetlands. NEPA is considered for, any major federal project or federal approval of a project. So that's really not trying to incorporate that whole federal process into New Hampshire wetland rules would not be appropriate. And it's, because it's totally different. In terms of your second question about how big the role of the Corps with the state, we work in very close partnership, and basically we have a general permit with the Army Corps for most projects. So when the state issues a permit, that state permit becomes also the federal permit. And it's only when we're really getting into these very large projects where an individual permit from the Corps is needed that we start to have a whole separate process on the federal side. But I would say that it's a separate process, but we're very close partners and we coordinate very closely with the Corps. And one of the things that we're hoping for in terms of syncing up these permits is to have a federal wetlands permit application submitted so that we can start that coordination with the Corps.
Well,
Marianne, is there anything you'd like to add to that answer?
Before she asks something, could I just ask a quick follow-up? Was there anything in the law that was repealed apparently in 2019 which would make it so that these three phases could be taken as an integrated approach? Did it change the timelines? Should we bring back whatever was rescinded?
So I'm going to ask Marianne to respond to that. First off, it was a rule that changed and not a law. But Marianne, could you expand upon this answer, please?
Sure, thank you, Phil. So traditionally, if you look through our rules, a lot of the rules do sync in well with the state and federal process, avoidance, minimization, mitigation. We meet closely with our federal partners through larger projects and pre-application meetings when mitigation is required. And we do also coordinate through 401 through the Watershed Bureau, Ted Deers' group. It's unusual for us to not have had a Corps application yet at this point. We have in pre-application meetings have had federal partners at the table with the state agencies. I do think that this project is unusual in its scale and scope and complexity. And so it does raise issues that we should review and consider. The goal is for us to have projects that work so that it's meaningful for the public, for the state, and for the applicant overall.
Thank you very much.
Kent, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Marianne, and thank you very much, Representative Tucker, for your questions. I understand that Mr. McIver is on the line. Is that right?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm from Plymouth, and my concern is, how are you going to evaluate the impact on health, commerce, and recreation due to the fact that the bulk of the material sources are in the southern part of the state, and this proposed facility is going to be at the other end of the state, which is going to mean transporting the refuse and the leachate hundreds of miles, literally. I want to know how you're going to evaluate the impact on health, commerce, and recreation.
Okay, thanks very much for your question.
Okay.
Well, thanks for your question.
Thank you.
Todd, please.
I think, and I'm not intimately familiar with the process, but that sounds like some sort of criteria that like a site evaluation committee might consider. I know those criteria that you just listed, Mr. McIver, aren't something that we directly consider in the context of an air permit. I'm not sure if other programs consider them. But as far as I know, this facility is not subject to a site evaluation committee review. So I'm not sure if those are specifically considered.
Thanks, Todd. Phil, please.
I have a, oh, you still, okay, Phil.
Sure, just do a quick response to that. I mean, it's very good points. I mean, these are really challenging questions. And I just say that some of those items that you mentioned in terms of recreation, for example, recreation, is part of the overall purpose of the in the initial sections of the wetland statute. Our specific rules and the rest of the statute it really does not get into that. So it's very hard for us to say how to evaluate something like that. Marianne, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that you summed it up well. Thanks.
Right. But I guess I can say, Mr. McIver, that this was certainly a comment that we heard during the public hearing. So it's something that, we've been thinking about. And I think it's, thank you for bringing it up tonight.
I have a follow-up question.
Yep, please do.
How do you consider the impact of Pfas chemical compounds from the leachate disposal? How do you review and evaluate that impact?
Thanks for your question. Mike, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. McIver, for that question. So yeah, PFAS, as many of you know, is something that the agency has been very much engaged on for, more than 5.5 years now, since we had a significant problem that presented itself in southern New Hampshire. And we've done a lot of work to evaluate the occurrence of PFAS and the impacts of its contamination of drinking water in particular. There is certainly a concern about surface water quality, and the fact that a lot of our surface waters are, particularly the Merrimack River, are utilized for as drinking water sources. Right now, we are aware, and early on we did look at leachate from our landfills and got leachate samples from our various line landfills in the state, and have determined that in fact there are PFAS concentrations in leachate. We're aware certainly, and inherent or implicit in your question is the recognition that leachate is typically collected from line landfills and trucked to wastewater treatment facilities where it undergoes the normal wastewater treatment process, and then the treated effluent is discharged in most cases to a surface water. So we are concerned about that. We don't currently have an enforceable surface water quality standard for our surface waters in the state. Right now, we are not aware of a situation where, as a result, and it needs to be understood that the contribution of PFAS to surface waters is something that occurs in many places from many different sources, And in general, leachate being treated at wastewater plants is a relatively minor component of the total loading of PFAS that we get in our surface waters. To date, we don't have a situation where at facilities that are treating leachate, they are passing through PFAS at concentrations that we believe pose a risk to the use of those waters for recreation or for drinking water. But that's something that is really still in flux right now. As far as to answer your question more directly about how we consider it, the expectation for any landfill or any expansion of a landfill or a new landfill is that it will have a compliant leachate collection system and plans for collecting and transporting for treatment that leachate. It's very likely that in the future we will see more robust, possibly treatment at the landfill site or at some other site, pre-treatment of leachate to remove PFAS and other contaminants before it goes to a traditional wastewater treatment facility, but we're not there yet. So with respect to this application, along with all the other contaminants of concern in leachate that we would expect to be generated at a facility like this, we would require, if we were to issue a permit, that it have an adequate and robust leachate collection system and adequate and robust plans for collecting and properly disposing of that leachate.
Thanks very much, Mike. Thanks for your questions. Moving on to Nancy Middleman, please. Is Nancy out there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I wanted to thank you again for allowing us to the opportunity to better understand your process. And I apologize for bringing us back once again to your mission statement. But throughout the night, you have continually stated that your focus is in assisting applicants to make applications that you can process. And I question why your focus is not more holistically oriented in the larger picture of protecting and restoring New Hampshire's environment for the future. I do realize, as you said, that you are limited in the scope of what you can process, but in the interest of learning from past experience, I would ask, can you please explain to or describe to us how the department will take into account the NCES leachate spills and other violations incurred by NCES and other Casella facilities? How will these figure into DES's consideration of GSL's fitness to operate yet another landfill in New Hampshire, especially a landfill in such a sensitive area as they are proposing in Dalton, in an area surrounded by Littleton and Whitefield and places, the North Country, that are very dependent on tourism. And in relation to this question of how we look at the past and evaluate the applicants, was the DES concerned that no specific alternative sites were identified by the applicant, especially as there is already another facility very close to the proposed site in Dalton?
Okay, thanks for your question. I'm hearing a couple of questions there.
Correct. One has to do with how you evaluate past performance, and the next has to do with identifying alternative sites, and that there were none in the application, and how concerned are you with that?
Okay, thanks very much for your questions. Mike, please.
Thank you, Ms. Middleman. Yeah, with regard to your first question regarding how we evaluate past compliance history, in the solid waste program, we do have a responsibility to make an evaluation and determination that an applicant, has the ability and essentially the I'm trying to think of the best word for it. I can't quote the statute exactly, but basically to determine that they have the necessary skills and abilities and trustworthiness, if you will, to comply with the law and to make sure that the facility is run in compliance with their permit and the applicable rules. And the compliance record and their past history absolutely weighs into that. And as we process this application, we will need to take all of that information into consideration as we make that determination.
And the fact that other sites were not identified?
Yeah, that's a question I think Phil is going to try to address.
Okay.
Phil, please. Thanks.
Aren't past violations disqualifying?
Right, aren't past violations disqualifying to an applicant? I
Phil,
mean, if
please.
an applicant continues to have violations, doesn't that disqualify them in some
Violations do weigh into that analysis. Having one or more violations doesn't automatically exclude you from being able to get a permit. I mean, it's important to understand it's an analysis that you have to take a lot of things into consideration. Any given permittee for any facility, because there are a host of responsibilities and requirements. And if we administer a compliance monitoring program, we will find violations. It's a question of evaluating the whole totality of the record and making a determination one way or another that a particular applicant meets the test, if you will. And we've not made that, we've not evaluated that yet, for this application.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Mike. Phil, could you follow, please?
Sure. So, Ms. Middleman, in response to your question about the alternatives analysis, so for the current wetlands application that we received, there were an alternatives analysis done. It used some objective criteria, like size of parcels, parcels under same ownership. There were some setbacks related to airports and things. I can't remember all of them. And it through that analysis, there was a question, basically identified some large parcels in the North Country. And I think, given that it's when you set up an algorithm or you set up a process like that, and you say, well, these are the criteria in which we're going to select them, certain criteria kind of drive the process. And certainly the size of the parcel that was used, I think it was 500 acres, might have been 600. Kind of drives you towards looking at large undeveloped tracts in the North Country. I mean, you ask if we're concerned about that, and what I should say is we're trying to evaluate that relative to our rules, and our rules are very non-specific on that. Our rules say that an alternatives analysis needs to be done, period. We don't have rules that are saying, how it should be done. And this is a new thing for us. This came into the rules relatively recently, so we're learning how to do this. So I'd say we obviously are taking it seriously as part of our review, and I can't say we've completed our review on it. But what I just wanted to be kind of clear on is we're looking at that relative to what our rules say. Our rules are pretty non-specific. And the alternatives approach the approach that was used, used some assumptions about it that kind of resulted in whatever the results that it gave. And so this is something that we need to think about a bit more.
And are there are there any rules concerning the proximity to a lake? I mean,
like I said, our rules say. I mean, all our rules say about it is that someone needs to do an alternatives analysis. That's the sum of it. So this is part of the challenge.
Okay, I too would like to, just to register my disappointment over the fact that you have had this application to consider and deliberate on for, approximately a year, and then suddenly you deem that your request an alternate application. And I do understand what you're saying about, it didn't deal with the 10, within 10 years, you can only deal with this much at a time. But why didn't you say that ages ago? Why did you wait for the whole hearing in July to happen? I just don't understand why it suddenly came up in August.
I mean, I'll just respond quickly, Ken. I certainly can understand your question about this. And all I can say is, with a decision as consequential as this one, we need to just have a full grasp of the impacts that may take place and make a well-informed decision. I think that's what everyone wants to do at this point. And this is one of the most complicated, or I'd say, like, don't even say one of the most, this is the most complicated permitting decision that's going to face the department. Certainly we could have identified some of these things earlier. I take the blame for that. But I think the most important thing is that we try and make the good decisions when we can, and make sure that there's going to be a well-informed decision on this. That's all we can do.
Thanks, Phil, and thanks very much for your questions and statements. It's running about 8:43, so we've been at the question and answer session for a couple of hours. So we're going to hear from one more speaker and probably take maybe a 10-minute break. So I'd like to hear from Senator Erin Hennessy, please.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much for taking all of our questions this evening. My question deals with your earlier presentation that you had done. And I believe you had either said there were 4 or 5 appeal opportunities. And I just wanted to get clarification on who is able to appeal the decisions that you had mentioned earlier.
Well, thanks very much for the question. Yeah, Todd, please, to start.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to have to go to each of our program rules, but off the top of my head, and I'll look for those, I think it's any person aggrieved by the decision can file an appeal with the council.
In that case, that's the Air Resources Council.
Yes.
Yes. Mike, please, Mike.
Sure, yeah, and I think that's the language for our solid waste permitting as well. Understand, though, that it says any person aggrieved, but then when a party does appeal to the council, one of the first things that the council does is to determine whether that party has standing. And that is, to be honest, a legal question that I'm not sure I can answer here. I'm not qualified to answer that, but it doesn't mean that anybody under the sun can appeal it. They have to have standing, and there may be, I'm sure there are legal criteria for determining who has standing and who does not, but I'm afraid I'm ill-equipped to say what those are.
Thanks, Mike. Phil?
I'm just going to ask Marianne and Ridge or Ted to talk about the Wetlands Council and the Water Council. Marianne, could you start?
Sure. Thank you. I was just looking up the statute. So you look under the wetland statute, it's RSA 42A10 is under appeals, and it sounds like it has similar language to what was just read. Any person aggrieved by a decision made by the department under 42A3 may appeal. And as indicated by the director, that's not my place to describe who a party is. I think that's something for folks to look. There is an appeals website that you can look at to see examples of past appeals that were filed. And the Wetlands Council has separate rules as well.
Thanks, Marianne.
And I'll jump in here for alteration of terrain. Very similar language, any person aggrieved, and the permit decisions are appealed at the Water Council, and they as well make a determination relative to standing.
Thanks, Rich.
Same is true with 401 certifications. Again, that's a legal question that they would have to deal with as at the council.
Thanks, Ted. Craig, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for everybody, all of the councils are established by separate statutes, and the membership on those councils are specified in those various statutes. At least for the Air Council, all the members represent certain segments of our interests, and all of the members are confirmed by governor and council process. And also they are separate entities from the department.
Thanks, Craig. Senator, do you care to follow on your question?
No, thank you very much for the information. I appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you very much for your question. All right, as mentioned, I think I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess here, just to give everybody a chance to stretch their legs and maybe visit the restroom. So we will reconvene at 8:58. Thanks. Okay, just waiting for a couple more of our panelists to rejoin us. Okay, I think we're ready to go again. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for that break. We're going to pick up where we left off and ask for Haley Jones to step up, please. Is Haley out there?
I'm still here. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I'm great. Okay. Hi,
Okay,
I'm
so
Haley.
thanks.
Thanks all for taking this time to engage with the public. It's such a meaningful part of the process for us. And the DES has stated that it takes waste hierarchy into consideration when you're making a public benefit determination. So I'm really surprised to hear that you are channeling so much energy into a proposal that is solidly at the bottom of the hierarchy that sits with burning and burying trash. So I'm really curious to know, how do you see zero waste and that hierarchy, what role do you see that playing in informing your public benefit determination? And what are you doing to actively solve our waste problem by moving towards zero waste technologies and infrastructure? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question. I'll start with Jamie and then to Mike, please. Jamie?
Yes, so thank you for that question. When we evaluate public benefit, the whole hierarchy is part of what we would evaluate. So the second criteria involves an evaluation against the waste. How will the proposed facility assist with the waste management hierarchy and the goals in the statute? I would note that the goals in the statute were recently changed, and that is going to affect our review of public benefit, but we don't know how yet. We're still going through that review process. And so part of our evaluation and deliberative process will consider exactly what you're pointing to, the waste management hierarchy. While landfills are least preferred or less preferred on the hierarchy, they are part of the waste management hierarchy. The idea is that they would take waste that can't be managed in another fashion. So they are still part of the waste management hierarchy, and how zero waste plays into the whole picture is how it plays into the hierarchy, and it is part of our evaluation process to consider that. And then you asked a question about what we're doing. This is where Mike might chime in better, but the Solid Waste Management Bureau has recently reorganized, and we've added a section. A lot of what we talked about tonight is specific to the permitting and application process. But Solid Waste has recently reorganized and added a section to focus on materials management, education, planning, and outreach functions of our program. And so as a separate conversation, we hope that that reorganization and establishing that section will help progress our conversation about things that are kind of forward the waste management hierarchy, and we would get back to that sort of planning process.
Thanks, Jamie. Mike?
Sure, thank you, and thanks for your question. So, yeah, Jamie put it very well. It's no secret; it's been discussed openly for a number of years now that our agency has been a little under-resourced when it comes to some of the solid waste planning and outreach, and really trying to advance more advanced waste management in the state. I'm happy to report that recently, with the reorganization that Jamie mentioned, along with new positions that have come into our program that we've not yet been able to fill, but we expect to be filling in the near future, we're going to have an opportunity to work much more proactively on those very topics. So that's going to be an important part of our work in the coming months and years. Having said that, with respect to the permit, as Jamie indicated, you know, landfilling is part of the hierarchy. It's the lowest spot on the hierarchy, but it's in there. And there are, regardless of how much advancements we may make over time, there are still likely to be certain categories of waste that don't really have other technological treatment or management methods beyond landfilling. So it's likely that landfilling will at some level remain part of the landscape in New Hampshire with respect to how we manage waste. It's certainly, I think, been the direction of the legislature, and we would hope to advance that direction, that it will become a less significant part of the overall waste management spectrum, if you will, in the coming years. And we hope to be part of working on that.
Thanks, Mike. Is there a follow-up?
Yeah, very quick follow-up. Thank you so much for that clear response. Am I correct in saying that New Hampshire is not currently engaging in diversion of the majority of that waste that could be diverted right now? Are you diverting food scraps? Are you diverting all the recyclables you can? Yeah.
So I'm going to try that. Right now we're going through this reorganization is helping us. We don't have a lot of numbers for that right now, so I can't answer that question. You know, in 2018, we issued a biennial solid waste report. 2019, bugger. In 2019 is later, we issued a biennial solid waste report, which communicated what we do and don't know. And unfortunately, we don't know a lot of that right now. And that's one of the things that we'll call it MEPS, this future or this new planning section will help us understand is what is the current state of solid waste management in New Hampshire.
Great. Thank you so much, you guys.
All right. Thank you very much for your questions. All right. John Tuthill, please. Is John still online, Jana?
John is online and he's able to unmute himself now.
Okay.
Unmute.
All right, we can hear you.
Very good, thank you. I have a question about groundwater considerations in the permitting process. Over the course of the last year, DES has received many comments, and I'm thinking specifically of those from Ms. Robinette and Mr. Van de Poel, who challenged assumptions that have been made by the applicant in their wetlands application. To date, there's been no response or feedback from DES on these comments. I think it would foster public participation and would be of benefit to DES for DES to be responsive in real time to these kinds of comments. And do you agree that this should be made part of the permitting process? I've looked at a site in Hanover where there was some contamination having to do with Dartmouth College, and there's been very extensive mapping of bedrock and subsoil conditions. And I really think that as part of this application, even though this may not be specifically spelled out in rules or in statute at this point, that instead of waiting for contamination of groundwater to occur, that we should be getting those kinds of assessments early in the process. So to get back to Ms. Robinette and Van de Poel's comments, wouldn't it make sense for DES to be responding publicly to those comments as a local zoning board of adjustment or a planning board would be doing, where ex parte communication with the applicant is not permitted and all conversations are taking place in public, at meetings, in hearings, or in writing, which then becomes part of the public record. I cannot imagine that Casella and DES have not discussed the comments that were submitted by these two experts. Thank you very much. So the question basically is, would you agree that we should be making the public comment portion of the permitting process more open and in real time, as opposed to waiting for draft permits to be issued with findings of fact and decisions? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your question. Todd, please.
I'd say that sounds like a great, like to have a kind of continuous back and forth during a process. But I don't honestly see how we could keep up with a back and forth while we're also in parallel reviewing applications. I can see how that would seem desirable for somebody interested in the project, but you know, until we actually, well, on the air side, we publish a draft decision, so it's a little different. You're not commenting on an application, so we haven't even arrived or finished our review yet. So it's hard to also at the same time be responding to comments on what our decision will be. So I think it would be unworkable for in the current structure for air program at least.
Thanks, Todd. Phil?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. And I assume what you're referring to in terms of letters from Ms. Robinette and Mr. Vanderpool would be November 2020, some letters in January 2021, and then June 2021. So I bring this up to point out that we, and there's also, and that we certainly are reviewing those. And I think Todd has made a good point just about the challenge of providing real-time comment on a piece of an application when we're trying to make a decision about the whole thing. And as more information comes in, it certainly pushes you one way or the other. And if you are laying out just little mini decisions throughout the process, you really aren't able in the end to consider the whole thing as a whole. I think I understand the sentiment and the reason why you're asking the question. I think Todd made a good point just about how challenging that would be for us through a process. But I guess my point is to assure you that we are looking at those letters. And I've made that point before, that these letters that we're receiving from professionals related to the site are getting very careful review and consideration.
All right, thanks, Phil. Thanks for your question.
You're welcome.
All right, moving on to Shayna Casper, please.
Jana, I think Shayna is under Haley Jones's connection.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think I used the wrong link there by accident. My name is Shayna Casper. Bart had to sign off, but wanted to ask a question on environmental justice that he messaged to me. Are there any environmental justice violations pending at the site along the transportation routes or the waterways? I guess, yeah, I would just want to frame this maybe a little bit broader around throughout the permitting process. How will you be evaluating environmental justice considerations along the transportation routes and waterways and the site itself?
Well, thanks very much for your question. Todd, please.
When I say do the best I can to answer. I'm not necessarily the resident expert on environmental justice. We do have a program here at DES, DES-wide, run up by staff, none of whom are on the meeting tonight. And environmental justice violations, it implies that there's some standard, but I think at the outset, environmental justice, we're looking at making sure that for any DES decision, that anybody who's going to be impacted has an opportunity to weigh in and receive the information they need to, if they're interested in the project, and also get their comments and concerns to us. So that's not a direct or very precise answer, but as far as environmental justice is concerned, we would want to make sure that if there's any community that needs special attention, to make sure that they are afforded the opportunity to participate in the process, then we would try to do that.
Thanks, Todd. Mike, please.
Yeah, I think Todd said that well, and I would just expand on it a little bit to say that, and I think Todd alluded to this, we do not currently have, that I'm aware of, any statutory directive or rule-based directive that establishes a sort of enforceable environmental justice standard. So for the agency right now, it's something that a lot of people at the agency feel strongly about. And we're communicating with EPA, which has come out recently. Region 1 has come out with a kind of a short description of what their environmental justice strategic plan is, if you will. And so we're kind of in the infancy of looking and working on that. But from a legislative standpoint, I'm not aware of any specific directives to the agency. So anything we do really is centered, as Todd mentioned, about just making sure that all parties in the state, regardless of their socioeconomic status, have an opportunity to participate fully under the law in any permitting or other program administration that we're doing in communities.
Thanks, Mike. Is there a follow-up to the question?
Yeah, thank you for explaining kind of where you're at. I think that is critical, especially considering the 1994 EJ directive federally. And I know you've said traffic is not in the considerations, while there is obviously pollution considerations as outlined before around traffic and transportation routes in how they impact people in the neighboring communities. So would those be taken into considerations under this broader environmental justice implications?
Thanks, Todd.
I think you mentioned traffic and associated emissions, so that's squarely in the Air Resources Division. And we do have programs targeted at transportation, addressing transportation emissions, but they are more targeted on the transportation sector itself, regardless, not necessarily whether or not trucks or cars are going to or from any particular facility. So in that sense, for a singular project such as a proposed landfill, there would be truck traffic, but those aren't addressed on that individual basis. We would look at truck traffic more on coordinating and working with DOT on New Hampshire's transportation planning, providing input where we can on emissions controls for vehicles. So it's not to say that we're not concerned about transportation emissions, they're just not addressed on individual projects.
Craig, please.
Thank you, Kent. I would just further explain that the actual regulation of emission standards with regard to engines themselves is actually the purview of the federal government under the Clean Air Act. There are provisions for the state of California to adopt those provisions, to develop more stringent provisions. And then also, as Todd was mentioning, one of the other things we do is we do regulate like the sulfur content, or the federal government regulates the sulfur content of fuels. which has an impact on reducing sulfur emissions, but also reducing particulate matter emissions from, say, for example, from diesel engines.
Thanks, Craig. All right, thank you very much for your questions. Next up is John Swan, please.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Where to even begin? First off, I'd like to thank you for hosting this information session that you should have held probably last year. And I'd also like to thank you for wasting our time, energy, and resources over the course of this past year, especially since we get to do this all over again now. I'm guessing that Phil and company didn't read the initial wetlands application, noting that it was for 38 years and for 3 phases. So we went through this entire exercise, including the holding of a public hearing, only to come to a non-decision. And second, I apologize in advance if I do drift across a variety of topics in my questioning. But here at the Swan household tonight, we've been playing the DES rules, laws, statutes, and regulations drinking game. So you can imagine there's been a lot of shots of whiskey tonight as we hear about DES and having to conform to rules, regulations, laws, etc. So on that note, I'd like to point out that tonight, Director Mike Wimsatt stated that DES is duty-bound under the laws, and that Jamie Colby said numerous times she referred to the statutes. And even Phil kind of even strayed from that a little bit because he said everybody wants. So in consideration of that, DES held a public hearing after a year of public commenting, a request for more information, 2 responses from Casella, the applicant, numerous meetings, I'm sure, as well as phone conversations behind the scenes. But you called for a public hearing, and we asked you, several groups, North Country ABC, myself, the Dalton Conservation Commission, Dalton Select Board. We asked you not to hold a public hearing, but you elected to. And so in light of that, because again, DES loves to go to the rules, regulations. You're constrained by those. Yet RSA 482A3, 14A5, which you cite in your public notice for the hearing and the notice for the extension of the public commenting period, does not have an option for DES to reach out to the applicant for an amended permit application. That RSA states that you must, within 45 days of the closing of the public record, and I was at the meeting, Phil stated, and I still wonder why, there was a month-long extension to September 13th, 2021 for the public comment. Following that, per the RSA 482A3, 14A5, you must render a yes or an approval, partial approval, or a denial. Nowhere in that statute does it say that DES can reach out to the applicant for an amended permit application. So since you all night long now, you've talked about rules, statutes, regulations, can DES justify not, especially since you stated that you needed more information? Did you not know that before you called for a public hearing? You've wasted a lot of our time, our effort, our resources, and we get to do this all over again. So I'd like to hear from DES. How can you justify not following statute RSA 482A3, 14A5, which you cite numerous times? And I do have follow-ups.
Thanks for your question. All right, thanks for your question. Phil, please.
Hello, Mr. Swan. Thank you for the question. You know, I talked about this a bit earlier in terms of the big picture rationale. I don't think I need to go over that again. In terms of the legal aspects that you bring up, I think what I would say is there are other parts of the statute. And regarding the process, there is a provision in the statute for the department to request an amendment pursuant to RSA 42A3 Roman 14E. And we decided that that was the appropriate thing for us to do. An applicant can request an extension at any time. We have consulted. Excuse me. We did consult with the Department of Justice regarding our actions to ensure that they were lawful. That's where we ultimately took the steps. So that's what I can say regarding the legal aspects. I can go over the bigger picture aspects again as well, if that's helpful.
Thanks, Phil.
Well, did you not know from day one that it was for 38 years, 3 phases?
Okay, so
Thanks
I can respond to that. Yeah, so it's for your follow-up on this. The plan was to fill all of the wetlands within a short number of years, because of the duration of a wetlands permit. So the concept would be to fill all 17 acres of wetlands within a couple of years, so that for all 3 phases, which is why, you know, we brought up this issue of seeing this disconnect between the timeframes and the request for approval for the solid waste application, which came in about almost 6 months after the wetlands application, where the department decided we were not going to allow for the filling of wetlands, you know, presuming eventual approvals of later phases. So there's a number of things that came in to that decision.
So it sounds like obviously the department does have some leeway relative to making decisions. You're not actually bound by the rules, regulations, etc.
I can assure you that all actions we're taking are lawful and consistent with the rules and laws.
Okay. Does anyone else want to comment on that? I'd love to hear from Director Wimsatt, since he was in depth New Hampshire yesterday or today, obviously weighing in on this topic. Okay, well, to follow up, I just want to state that in the July 21st, 2021 response from the applicant to DES Solid Waste, their incompleteness application letter, the applicant states in item number 2 that they will need a lot line adjustment for the transfer of property ownership. And since this was denied in April of 2019 by the Dalton Planning Board, doesn't it make sense for DES to require that the applicant, who does not even own the land yet, to complete the transaction for ownership before we go through all of this expense, time, etc. again? So DES, this applicant has already stated they may have a problem completing the transfer of ownership. So will you require that in the permitting process going forward, or are you going to continue to waste more time and resources, especially taxpayer money? You guys are admittedly underfunded and understaffed. Hi, Jamie.
All right, thanks for your questions and your follow-up. Jamie, please.
Thank you, Mr. Swan, for the question. Appreciate your observation that they've struggled with this in the past. They did make that comment to us. It's something we evaluate and consider in our determination as we evaluate the application. There's nothing that precludes them or stops them from applying for a permit at a facility where they may not, or at a location where they may not own the land at this time. There are multiple steps required for them to actually go to, so they would need, there's a whole lengthy process, right? So they would need a permit from DES first for the solid waste facility. Then they would need all their other approvals as well. Then they would need to seek a construction approval from the department. And a lot of times there's a trigger. So if it's an approval, there would be a trigger because they have to, according to the solid waste rules, they have to own the property on which they're going to build a landfill. So at some point, they would have to have ownership of the property. If they can't get a necessary lot line adjustment, and there's a contingency in their permit for it. If there's a contingency in the permit for that, then they wouldn't be able to proceed any further.
Okay, thanks, Jamie, and thanks very much for your questions. In the interest of giving others the opportunity to speak, I'd like to hear from Kevin Sherman, please.
Thank you. I reviewed the application in July, and the answer that the applicant gave to the portion of the wetlands application concerning the absence or presence of threatened or endangered species, the applicant wrote, "Not to our knowledge." So here's the question. Will the applicant be rewarded for ignorance, disclosable facts by this agency? In other words, the less they look, the less they find. I found it outrageous that that application went in with these kinds of clear defects. What is the regulatory reaction to these defects?
Thanks for your question. Phil, please.
So I'll start us off, but I'm going to ask Marianne and Ridge to contribute. For projects like this, there's a slightly different process where you're looking for a Natural Heritage Bureau data check tool, which is a tool that's used to identify whether there's been observations or of threatened and endangered species on the site. And that's needed for both the wetlands permit and the AOT permit. And I believe that data check has been done, so it's a bit more than just the statement you've made. And then under our AOT rules, there's also a requirement for a wildlife habitat assessment. So I'm going to ask Ridge maybe to start off with that question, or about talking about the wildlife habitat assessment. And then Marianne, if she could add to it regarding the NHB data check.
Ridge.
Sure. Thanks, Phil. Yeah, as Phil states, there is a requirement that any application that comes in for an alteration of terrain permit needs to include a wildlife assessment, which looks at both the presence or evidence of presence of the species and habitat. Now, with that said, I think we all know we don't have, as of this point, an alteration of terrain application that has been submitted to the department. When that happens, we work closely with New Hampshire Fish and Game. They are the experts in this field, and it's clear through our rules that we consult with them on that assessment, and we rely on Fish and Game for evaluating for that purpose.
Thanks, Ridge. Marianne?
Marianne.
Thank you for that question. So looking at the application, just searching it now, it looks like there were no documented threatened endangered species based on the NHB data check, looking at the wetlands application. But I'd just like to point out an important part of a wetlands review is the wetland functional assessment, which also looks at fish and wildlife habitat. And the wetlands rules do look at functional assessment and how the consultant and the applicant have evaluated the wetland functions based on the proposed impacts. And so these are important issues that we'll be reviewing during our deliberative process. And we'll be taking into account any expert comments as well through that process. Thank you.
I just want to make sure and just put on the record that my understanding from attending the session in July was that people from Dalton who had a consultant were only allowed a single chance to review the site. And at that time, there were several inches of snow on the ground. And as most of these endangered species are salamanders and amphibians, the optics here are just not good. We need to do a better job. The less you look, the less you find.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. Moving on to Judy Ramsdell, please.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. I haven't really researched this a lot. I am someone who is not in favor of this project, mainly because it is such a huge piece of land that we're contending with. So my question is, I'm wondering, like, if I'm not going to do a dump anywhere or a landfill, but what kind of materials do you give the applicant to work with when they're doing these applications? And is there like a guidebook or anything that they get? I just feel like, even Phil said tonight, this is huge. You never dealt with anything like this as a group of people. And having the public have that information, I think, is really helpful in the process.
Okay, thank you for your question. Phil, please.
I'll start us off, and I think I'll ask Marianne also to contribute here. Certainly for any of the wetland applications, we have the application materials online, we have worksheets online, and we certainly have references to our rules. I mean, those are you ask about, guidebooks or checklists. I mean, that's really what we do provide people is, that type of information. It's all available to everyone, but, like in terms of making sure that all aspects of the application are completed and how to fill out the the forms, etc. And we also do some pre-application meetings with people to try and communicate communicate about the permitting process and answer people's questions. Marianne, could you expand upon this, please?
Sure, thank you for your question. In this particular application, we did hold 2 pre-application meetings. We do have a website that does have guidance. We have BMPs. Through these pre-application meetings, we provided recommendations, and it was participants from state agencies, from DES, various programs within DES, EPA, the Army Corps. So we had a lot of feedback. We have done field inspections, and as part of the statute does require that the applicant retain a certified wetland scientist to do the delineation, to do the wetlands assessment. And so these are professionals that have to have certain qualifications to do these assessments that are submitted as part of to support the application for wetlands impact.
Thanks, Marianne. Ms. Ramsdell, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. I just wonder if the different agencies that are involved with the different applications, if they take any consideration to the way that the applicant has related to the town, because they've really disregarded us. I'm a Dalton resident, so.
Thanks for that question. Todd, please.
I can pick what, as far as like local requirements, I know the decisions in my division, and again, I think this is very similar, except for maybe some of the wetlands coordination with conservation commissions that was mentioned earlier, but they're really very separate processes. So if an applicant needs a permit from us, they apply to us, we work with them. There may be interactions with the town where the town is aware of that, it gets opportunity to comment. But if we issue a decision, and then they also need approval for the town for some other aspect of their project, our decision doesn't necessarily trump any town decision. They would also have to go to the town and get that. So they're independent decisions, really. And then I would, for the air, like a couple of programs mentioned, kind of guidance for the public on the permitting process. And again, for air, it's going to be very similar. We have information posted on our website, which is the same information that we would point an applicant to. And that's easy to say, but I recognize that a lot of these applications and the rules that we're implementing are very complex. I'm not sure what everybody's background here is at DES tonight, but I'm sure it's vast majority are trained scientists and engineers with many years of experience. In addition, most of the applicants hire professional consultants who work solely on applications. For example, the air application was prepared by a consultant. Water applications were prepared by different specialized consultants. So while we can say that, yes, we have some information on our website, I really don't expect most people to be able to go read that and then jump right in and fully understand everything that we're doing here. There's going to be, I say it doesn't have to be, but I hope that you can trust that we know what we're doing when reviewing an application. So.
Well, thanks, Todd. Jamie, please.
And I want to follow on what Todd said too, that the public comments and the questions that we get, for example, in this information session, this is an opportunity to ask us exactly these types of questions to help you understand the process a little more. For those who are interested in reviewing the rules and the applications, that's definitely available. Same for solid waste. We don't have a guidance. It's the application form and the rules themselves. That's what we point the permittee to, and professional engineers, professional geologists assist in preparing those applications for a project of this scope and size. But we do want to answer your questions and try to help you understand the process and help you understand and navigate these rules. And that's where public comments are also really helpful. We do read those, we do consider those. And so that whole picture to help the public is also informative to us and helps the application review process.
Well, thanks, Jamie, and thanks very much for your questions. Moving on to Annie Lynch Ambrose, please.
Yes, thank you. I had a question in regard to the permitting process, the steps that were involved, and deficiencies that existed in previous permits. Would that preclude that permits in the future would be delayed or put on hold until those other permits have been completed?
Thanks for your question. Jamie, please.
So I'm going to give this one a try, and if others feel free to chime in. Each application is separate. For example, the water applications are tied together, and Phil has spoken to that. But in solid waste, the application is independent of the air application, independent of the water division applications. So the process doesn't pause or stop on the solid waste application. We have a responsibility to dutifully process the application in a timely manner. which is what we're trying to do.
Thanks, Jamie. Phil, please.
I don't know. Okay, good. Yeah, thank you for the question. I don't have a lot besides what Jamie said. It's we're not in a situation where these permits are, expressly held up by earlier ones. Typically, though, permits that are related will have conditions in those permits that say, this permit is not effective until these other permits have received approvals. So that's a way that some of these permits can proceed, at their own time pace, but obviously they don't become effective until until all of them are obtained. And for us on the water side, the realization that the integrated review was needed, we made, that's one of the reasons why we're asking for syncing up these permits so they could be done at the same time, so that we weren't having to, I guess, think about or wonder what was going to be in the next application, so that we could be looking at it all at one time.
Thanks, Phil. Was there a follow-up?
Yeah, just momentarily, a question in regard to the applications themselves with the deficiencies, and it seems like GSL is going to have the opportunity to get it right. Am I safe in that assumption?
Thanks for your question. Jamie, please.
Yeah, so that's a good question, sort of a clarifying question. It's not, I wouldn't consider an opportunity to get it right as in get an approval. So the application was deficient. We didn't have enough information to make a decision. The applicant gets an opportunity to add information to the application in that situation. Doesn't mean the decision is going to be up or down. We simply don't have enough information to make a decision. And the requirements are that we give them an opportunity to provide additional information. So that's what we've done. The deficiency basically says, you missed something, we need that information to make an informed decision. Can you please provide it? In the solid waste rules, all the rules I'm sure are a little different, but in solid waste, if the applicant doesn't provide that information in a timely manner, then that application is deemed denied. So the applicant gets a chance to respond, but there is a clock on their response.
Thanks, Jamie. Okay, thank you very much for your questions. Moving on to Peter Blair, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Peter Blair. I'm an attorney with Conservation Law Foundation, and I just want to seek some clarity on the wetlands permitting process. And my question is, what exactly is the status of the wetlands permit application? Specifically, is this one continuous permit application, or will the upcoming application expected in December trigger a new separate process? And this clarity is important because it impacts the scope of the administrative record. As several questions and several answers have pointed out tonight, there is a significant amount of energy, time, and diligence that has gone into this process so far. And I think the public deserves to know whether that information is remaining in the administrative record, or if we are dealing with an entirely new clean slate for Casella.
Well, thanks very much for your question.
Yeah, no, sorry, I keep raising the wrong hand because I'm on the mirrored thing. Hello, Attorney Blair. Thank you for the question. This is something that one of the questions that I think we should put in the category that we would need to respond to you in writing on. I'd like to consult with our counsel. I think it's a good question. I think it's a valid question. I think to give you the best answer, it's something that I want to consult with the DOJ.
I appreciate that answer. Could I ask a slight follow-up?
Yes, please do.
Conservation Law Foundation actually submitted a letter to the department that had this question not explicitly stated, but pretty much hinted at. along with some other questions. Could I expect that that response from you and the DOJ to this question will also include a response to our formal letter that we submitted?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we certainly have received your letter. It's something that I've reviewed with our attorneys. And I think that's something I'll discuss with them. And, you know, I recognize that your letter did ask this question in, you know, slightly different form. So we were, you know, understood that you might ask that. So again, I think I'll get back to you on that. We're treating that letter as a comment, like all of our other comments, and certainly in the record now.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for your questions. And moving on now to Julie Seeley, please.
Oh, okay. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, very good. So I've got a few questions here, and I'll just ask them all and listen. One question, this may have been dealt with, but I missed it if it was. You indicated that it's very unusual for an applicant not to have put in, I think it was the Army Corps permit at the same time. And I'm wondering whether that is something that DES usually has at their disposal to review while they're reviewing the other documents that have been submitted. And if so, are you thus kind of missing information that, you know, you're lacking any information that you might normally have? That's one question. I'd also like to know, yeah, I can either ask all the questions, or you can go one by one.
All right, Phil, why don't you tackle that one?
Sure, thanks for the question. It's a good question. I think the way I'd respond is that typically when they're applying to the Army Corps for their federal wetlands permit, it's a lot of the same information that's in the state permit, and I'll ask Marianne to confirm that. So what we're really missing, though, by not having the federal application in is our ability to really be coordinating and consulting with the Army Corps, because it's not something they're going to engage in until they have an application. Marianne, would you like to add to that?
Sure, yeah. Sorry, the cleaning people are coming by, wondering if I'm still here. Yes. Yes, there is other information. If you look at the state programmatic general permit that the Corps has issued to the state of New Hampshire, you'll see in the end there are certain things that go beyond state law, you know, like secondary cumulative impacts, things that were addressed, NEPA, which may go beyond and generally are broader than a application, even at the federal level. So those are things that we do not have the benefit of right now. And I think that the introduction explained that well in terms of these complementary and supplementary wetland programs, like alteration of terrain and wetlands and water quality. I think all of these things reviewed together in a holistic manner is more in line with what the federal review is as well. So these things in combination do make it challenging.
Thanks, Marianne. Follow-up question?
Yeah. So this is not so much a follow-up, but a separate question. You've referred to this as being the most complicated application in 50 years or so, and I'm wondering why the host community isn't included at all in the meetings that you have. They're not invited to send a Conservation Commission member. They're not invited to send the Conservation Commission's engineer. They're completely blocked out of the process while you sit and meet with 4 to 6 Casella people. And then also related to the meetings, in looking at the documents on One Stop, you have agendas and attendance lists kept for meetings between yourselves and Casella reps. And, you know, just looking at the the list, there are two that have happened in the past couple of months. There was one in July, I think on the 23rd, and one in August. And on August, you have the, on One Stop, you have the agenda and the attendance list, and then you have notes about what went on in the meeting that are fairly complete. But the July one is lacking any notes whatsoever. There's conspicuously absent. And I'm wondering, is that intentional? And if so, and also wondering why there's no information online regarding other meetings that have happened, like the pre-application meetings that were referred to, and I believe there may have even been one or two others. I'm just, yeah.
Thanks for your questions.
Okay.
Phil, please, and then Jamie.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, I think there's several questions there, and I've jotted them down. I'm going to try and make sure I cover all of them. And so I think the first question was about the host community and why they're not part of the process. And the way when a wetland application is filed, there's notification provided to the town, and there's a period of time in which the town conservation commission can respond and put basically a statutory hold on the application for a certain amount of time. When this happened, my understanding is that the Dalton Conservation Commission did not take advantage of that opportunity and kind of missed that time frame. That's the process in which we can require Conservation Commission involvement. We can certainly recommend, but we can't compel the applicant to allow involvement during outside of that process. So I mean, and I'll ask Marianne to expand upon that, but that's one of the challenges right now with this situation. In terms of the meeting agendas and information on One Stop, we're putting on One Stop everything that we have as a record of the meeting. In some cases, there are notes because that's there was some sort of detailed discussion in which notes were needed. In some cases, these were just discussions. No notes were kept, and I'd say that we make every effort to get information about meetings that we've had on One Stop. And so some of the pre-application meetings we would have, I think there's records of those. And I mean, there's obviously, I'm just speaking for the water division here. But we certainly recognize that if we're going to have a meeting, we need to record something related to that meeting and get it into public record through GovQA. Marianne, is there anything you'd like to add related to the Conservation Commission involvement?
So I think that, as I stated earlier, the wetland statute does require the department to make findings if we don't address their timely comments as provided by the statute. Otherwise, they can provide comments just like anyone else, as part of the public record, like a town official, LAC, Local River Advisory Committee has special comment authority. So we do value local community feedback, just like the general public as well, and encourage you to make those comments. We do take all the comments seriously and review them as part of the comment review process and as part of the public hearing that we had. Right now, this is not an official public hearing, as you heard, but we will be reviewing that as part of our technical review process. And as the LRM manager, Phil Trowbridge, said, we will be holding another hearing and we'll be taking comments as well during that time. And the other question you said about pre-application meetings, I do believe there are some notes that are part of the application. And I know that the department did provide copies on previous right to know requests before the application was filed. So if there's more information that you want about that, we can follow up. But I know that all the right to know requests that have been requested, we have responded to those, which was dating back like May 30th, 2019. So just so you know.
Thanks, Mary Ann. Jamie, please.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Seeley. I think I'm going to try for the meeting question, the agendas and the attendance on One Stop. So I think you might be talking about the solid waste record on One Stop. We have a link on our landing page, solid waste webpage on the DES website to the proposed Dalton landfill application file for solid waste only. And in there, we did indeed, we've had a meeting in July and then another in August. We changed our procedure. So we were getting lots of right to know requests. And what was happening is we're producing any written notes that we had. We thought it would be a lot more efficient for communication reasons to just make a memo to file and upload that to One Stop so the public could have it as soon as we could publish it. And we thought that would be more helpful. It was better communication. It was better sharing of information and transparency. So we didn't start that though until August. So that's why there's not a particular memo to file with the meeting notes in July. I do believe we produced those any meeting notes we had through a right to know request. And if you think there's stuff missing, please do feel free to file those right to know requests to seek information. We try to be responsive to them.
Well, thanks, Jamie, and thanks very much for your questions. Moving on to Gary Giotto, please.
Thank you. Hi. Thanks for taking my questions. I have a four-parter related to groundwater and the May leachate spill at the Bethlehem NCES facility and how that could factor into the Dalton dump permitting process. My first question is it true that Casella has not tested for PFAS at the site and that under the NCES permits, it's not required to do so?
Thanks for your question. Jamie?
I'd like to ask a clarifying question.
Sure.
Are you talking about tests for PFAS at the proposed Dalton site?
No, I mean, I'm trying to see, I'm talking specifically about NCES.
And that situation is under a compliance review, and maybe would defer to the director. It might not be appropriate for us to comment on that right now, or particularly in this setting. Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. Yeah, I mean, in regard to, I think your first question is, does that play into any subsequent permit decisions? Obviously, as I indicated before, the total compliance record of an applicant is something that we consider as part of our evaluation of any subsequent or new permit applications. As far as PFAS, I believe there has been testing at the site for PFAS. I know that we are working to integrate PFAS as a contaminant of concern in our groundwater release detection permits at our landfill facilities. Confess I'm not 100% sure whether it's been incorporated into the permit at this point. That's something we can follow up on.
Well, do you know when DES will release information relative to whether or not at the NCES site that the leachate found its way into groundwater or into surface waters? Do we know when you'll let us know if that did or did not happen?
I don't know that I can give you a date for that. Again, that is still under investigation and is being reviewed, as a compliance matter. So certainly all I can tell you is that everything we do will become a matter of public record. But right now, we're still investigating this as a compliance issue.
Okay. And then finally, regarding the leachate spill at NCES, I was surprised to learn that the spill was contained in some kind of a lagoon or some kind of a collection system that seemed to just be a hole in the ground. Regarding the GSL site, will the state allow for leachate collection systems to be basically, lagoons or unlined container systems? Given the fact that it's basically a gravel pit out there, that seems to be a real issue. Will the GSL site have similar lagoons to collect spilled leachate or to store leachate?
So yeah, so we need, or do you want to let the expert answer it? Go ahead, Jamie.
Hey, feel free, Mike. So I think we've got a little bit of a mix up of some things here. So I'm going to try and back us up a little bit. The leachate spill at NCES is under investigation, and if you read the public documents, which it sounds like you've looked at them, it flowed into a stormwater pond. It was not, that stormwater pond is not intended to be a leachate collection system. It's not a leachate storage pond. Separately, the GSL application, they have not proposed collection storage ponds. They have proposed a tank system, which is more common for a storage system. So that is not what they've proposed. They have not proposed ponds or lagoons. They have proposed storage tanks.
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks very much for your questions. So we have two folks who have yet to speak yet left on our agenda. At least that's what's there now. A little over 4 hours here, and I just had a visit from security asking me if I'm the one that left the lights on. And yes, I am. So I think how we're going to handle this is we'll finish up with the two folks that haven't spoken yet and allow them to ask some questions, and we'll probably wrap up after that. So Jackie Elliott, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking my questions this evening. I'd just like to make an observation here, if I can quickly. The people who have concerns in the public around all this issue are being referred to as the opposition. And I'd like to offer a different term for these people, and that they would be considered as those who are impacted by these decisions being made. Their lives are going to be changed dramatically if these permits are okayed. And you have acknowledged the complications of this process. The fact that this is something that you have not dealt with before, I can appreciate the position that you find yourselves in, which to my mind raises a need for caution and taking particular interest in what the impacted people are bringing to you in regard to their concerns, and that those things be considered in a meaningful way and not classified under the heading of impassioned. Though impassioned, I am very much impressed by the knowledge of the public people who are impacted, who are participating in this process. I am resisting the urge to feel like we're pretty much going through a dotting the I's and crossing the T's process. I am someone who is really familiar with Casella's operations. I am a native New Hampshireite. I am retired to the state of Maine. I have the dubious privilege of now dealing with Casella creep from both sides of the border. I would ask the DES, we have brought up the subject of public benefit tonight, and that subject, I was not totally satisfied with the way it was responded to. But I have a basic question because it applies to what's going on in New Hampshire and it also applies to what's going on in Maine. Our states are both being impacted dramatically by imported waste. In both of our states, under Casella's operations currently and projected, we are seeing upwards of 48% of the waste being buried in our states coming from outside of our borders. And I've heard the Interstate Commerce Clause invoked tonight, and another time I'd be delighted to get into a bit of a conversation around that. But let's just suffice it to say, getting back to the public benefit aspect of these things, and I was encouraged to hear that the Waste Management Division is reorganizing their view and structure of waste management. That's been neglected and has been something that has been needed for a long time. And I would hope that perhaps as a region, we could begin to examine these things. But I have a basic question and a basic real problem. As a regulatory agency permitting these endeavors, I wonder how you view the fact that in both of our states, the disposal of waste is predominantly in the hands of two very large companies. And in this instance, we're talking about Casella. These companies are for-profit companies. In other words, their business model is one of burying and disposing as much waste as they possibly can, because this is how they get a return on investment for their shareholders. Now, I would expect that as the regulatory agency overseeing these things and the concerns of the citizens that you work for, we are trying to conserve that disposal capacity. We're trying to approach our waste management from a perspective that makes some sense. You have made the statement that you are all in your seats of employment because you care about the environment. And I am going to believe that that is true. And I will also believe that if you were to answer honestly, that you would have to agree that the approach to waste management and disposal, as is occurring in the state of New Hampshire and in the state of Maine currently, is unsustainable. And we cannot continue in the path that we're on and expect that the outcomes are going to be good for our states that we call home and our citizens who deserve to live in a place where the air is clean, the water is clean, and their quality of life is good for everyone. So I wonder how you can assess a public benefit around your decisions going forward, as long as you continue to permit the process of preserving capacity for disposal and protecting our environment and our quality of life, and you leave that primarily in the hands of an entity that is making a lot of money, and the only way they're going to make that lot of money and more is to allow more waste to come in and be disposed in the places we call home. This is
All right, thank you.
complicated.
Oh, sorry.
No, excuse me, just a moment. You've acknowledged that this is complicated. The process of permitting is disjointed, to my view. I think this is an opportune time, particularly where you're reorganizing your look at solid waste management. This is the time to start asking some serious questions and listening to the public seriously, who are the ones being dramatically impacted by your choices. And let's get this right. Let's get the front end of waste management right, so the back end is right. And I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your questions and statements. All right. Jamie, please.
So I think my takeaway, ma'am, was that whether or not we're on a sustainable path, and you're encouraging us to reevaluate basically the direction we're headed in, and we are. I would say, I think we've stated it before in our response to public comments, we are concerned that we continue to rely on landfilling. Part of reorganizing the Bureau and proceeding to develop a more robust system of tracking the numbers and understanding what our current situation is an effort to try and move away from relying on landfilling. Generally speaking, I don't think this is sustainable, but that's my individual opinion. And you know, we dutifully though follow what the statute says, and that's how public benefit is evaluated, is what the statute says. And we will continue to strive to do as the legislature instructs.
Thanks, Jamie. All right, thanks very much for your questions. Moving on to Jim McClammer, please.
I think Mike wanted to add.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah, that's right. Just one quick comment to add to what Jamie said, and that is that, you know, important to understand that a bill in the House this past session established a solid waste working group that we are currently standing up, that will have its first meeting in late October. The date's not been set yet. It by the law that was passed to create the working group, it will be comprised of a broad spectrum of stakeholders regarding solid waste management in the state. And they'll be working, I think they'll exist for up to 4 years or so. They'll be working in their first year on our efforts to renew our state solid waste management plan by the fall of next year. And there will be, I am sure, many opportunities for members of the public to, those will all be public meetings that people can participate and listen, and there'll be plenty of opportunity for people to weigh in with their thoughts. So I would encourage you to be on, if you have this interest, and you clearly do, to be on the lookout for that. And I think that that's going to have, that working group is going to play a big role in how we look at solid waste management in the future.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, moving on to Jim McClammer, please.
Try that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, I am Jim McClammer. I am a wetland consultant. I have been certified by the state of New Hampshire for over 30 years. I was the third person in the state to be certified as a wetland scientist. I was also retained by the Dalton Conservation Commission to review the wetland application on their behalf. And I have been making recommendations to them that they have been passing through to DES on the application and the process. And my role here tonight is actually I'm not representing the Dalton Conservation Commission, so my comments are not been approved by them. They're my own opinion on the process. And to try to keep it brief, because it is, you know, late this evening, I'm only going to ask 3 questions, okay? And I think that they'll sort of give you an idea of where I stand on this. I mean, overall, I did testify at the public hearing on July 14th, and it was my opinion at that time that the whole process was precocious. The application was incomplete. How can people make comments on a process which is not complete, it's not comprehensive. A lot of information was missing. So it was, I called it precocious. I still feel as though it was precocious. So my question is, now we're going to have an application that's going to be dramatically different than the one that was ostensibly heard at the public hearing on July 14th. And since I still do represent the Conservation Commission, I would like to request that indeed they be granted a site visit to review the amended application, and that site visit be able to be conducted during the growing season. This is a complicated process, and I think everybody here would like to think that we're not hiding things, that we want an open process where people can comment on it based upon a complete application as well as knowledge of the site. I don't like to comment on things unless I have both in front of me, and that should be how this works. The Conservation Commission should be afforded an opportunity to visit the site, and I will be there. I would love to see the site, because it's hard for me to write comments on something if I don't see the site. My question is then, do you agree, I sound like an attorney now, that the Conservation Commission should be allowed an opportunity to review the revised application once it's complete and then conduct a site visit during the growing season?
Well, thanks for your question. Phil, please.
No, but I guess it's for you, Phil.
Right. Hi, Jim. Thanks for your comments and question. This is certainly something that we're thinking about, and I think you make good points. We need to do a little more thinking internally, but this is a question. Your point had come up earlier. I think someone else made that comment, and all I can say right now is we're thinking seriously about that.
One of my feeling is that application, when it was reviewed, it being so incomplete, should have been denied out of hand, and that the application would have been afforded, the applicant would have been afforded an opportunity to resubmit. And if it was resubmitted, the Conservation Commission then clearly would have the opportunity to visit the site. It would have been a new application. The process would have started over. I almost feel as though one of the reasons for asking for an amendment is to preclude the Conservation Commission from doing a more thorough analysis of the application and the site. And so I feel as though it would have been more proper for that application to be denied, as the statute says. It was what I suggested, again, in my comments during the public hearing, was incomplete. We didn't have the information that was necessary to render a judgment on the application. And it certainly is a complicated application. It raises a number of issues in my mind, and that's why I want to only keep it to 3. And the third one being what I used to call cumulative impacts prior to 2019, and Mary Ann Tilton knows the issue here, because we don't use that in the state language anymore, but we certainly do at the core level and under the NEPA process. But the cumulative impacts here that are going to be looked at are not only just the ones that are associated with the landfill, but what I'm concerned about are the pre-existing unauthorized wetland fills and the impacts from other proposed projects spatially within the same watershed. Those being the business park, the racetrack. Are all of those things going to be looked at? I mean, I look at Ridge for this because, to me, you got cumulative impacts from stormwaters, and they're going to have adverse effects, or potentially, if they're not treated as one. And so, is there any opportunity then for you to evaluate, the stormwater consequences from both the business park that they're proposing as well as the racetrack? And by the way, these pieces of land were eliminated from the on-site alternatives analysis because the landowner indicated that it had already been basically going to be used for a different purpose. So I think he's in a conundrum. Either these projects get reviewed in terms of the cumulative impacts with the landfill, or he's taken them out, or they're not going to be used to exclude looking at those pieces of land that are adjacent to where the landfill is, that appear to me to have less aquatic resources than we're replacing the landfill. So that's one issue of what I again call cumulative impact. The other thing is there's pre-existing unauthorized fill on the site. And I understand that these impacts are going to just be lumped in with the proposed impacts for the landfill. Am I clear on that? And I guess, Phil, that's a question for you, or maybe Mary Ann. I would think that it would be not proper to include them in that same application, and that these previously unauthorized fills should be permitted independently. They have a separate purpose and need, and they have to justify their existence, independent of the purpose of the landfill. So I would strongly recommend that these previously unauthorized fills be permitted ASAP and independent of the landfill project. So I don't know what your thought on that is, Mary Ann. I mean, is it your understanding that they're going to be included within the impacts, with the impacts for the landfill?
Thanks for your question and follow-up. Phil, please.
Yeah, I think there's a couple pieces here, and I think Ridge and Mary Ann, I'll ask you to weigh in related to Jim's questions. It seems like maybe the first question to get at is this one about alteration of terrain and proposed work that's not the landfill, but on the same parcel, and how we would consider something like that.
Sure, I'll certainly do my best to answer that, but I first want to say, Jim, because I heard you chuckle, I think maybe you thought a hand gesture was directed at you. The cleaning crew is now on my side of the building, and they were speaking rather loudly to me, and I was trying to indicate that I was on a remote webinar.
Understood.
So, anyhow, to get to your question, the way we would handle that, and of course I can only talk conceptually. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage since we don't have an application yet and have not really looked at any detail. But as you probably are aware, for stormwater issues, at any portion of a site being developed, we will, the applicant will propose and we will look at points of analysis for stormwater. And so we are looking, and it can be at many different discrete areas on a site. And at those points of analysis, we would look to confirm that post-development flows do not exceed pre-development flows. And we'll also look at if there's transfers, if you will, in flows. Say most flows used to flow towards the west. We want to make sure we maintain that for the hydrology or vice versa. So we do look at cumulative impacts in that sense. Is that helpful? Have I answered your question?
It is, but I guess if I may respond to Ridge directly, is you will then probably take into consideration these other projects that are contemplated or perhaps even proposed and maybe even partially constructed when you start looking at the post-development flows after construction of the landfill.
Yes, we will. I just want to be clear, though, that we cannot be looking at something that may be proposed conceptually, even if if it's not on a master plan, but you're inferring that this business park that may come to be 5 years later, it's at that time that we still have the information of what the changes were to the hydrology due to an earlier project, in this case, perhaps the landfill, and we would certainly take that into consideration in the cumulative effects of that project and, say, this business park.
Thanks, Rich.
I won't belabor it any further, but thank you for that, Rich. That's helpful.
I thank you for your questions. All right, so after some consultation with folks here at DES, I guess we're going to go up until about 11 o'clock, and we're at the point in the list where we're entertaining questions from people who have already spoken.
So Kent, do you mind if I respond to Mr. McClammer as well?
I do not mind. Please do.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things that you had asked about, Jim, was about the amendments. If you look at ENVWT 31407, there is a requirement if a permit amendment is filed, and I guess you look at whether it's a permit or an application amendment, that the same notification requirements are provided as the original application prior to the filing of an amended application. So that's something to consider in terms of your question about the process. In terms of the looking at the project, as we already indicated, the key things in the rules, as you know, avoidance and minimization, all of those are key in terms of the standard application process under 312. All those criteria are things that all the rules and requirements are things that we would review. In terms of after the fact application, if it's something that's part of the process, it's my understanding that the applicant has requested to retain that road after the fact as part of a response to an RFMI sought by DES and is in the record. So those are all things that we'll be looking at as part of our review. Hopefully I've answered your questions.
Okay, thank you, Marianne. So as I started to reference earlier, we're willing to go to 11 o'clock, and we're in the second round of questions. And a lot of folks have asked some great questions. I've also included a lot of statements kind of building up to the questions. We can try to make the best use of our last half hour here. Try to encourage you all to limit the statements and try to be concise with your questions and be sensitive to asking repeat questions. So next up on our list is Tom Tower, please.
Yeah, first off, thank you for staying longer than the designated time. It's a late evening for everybody, and we do appreciate it. Just real quickly, and if this was already answered, just please say it was already addressed. But I think there was a question that John Tuthill tried to pose using the comments section, and then when he did have the opportunity to ask a question, he asked something different. But DES has acknowledged the complexity of this project being probably as complex as anything that you've ever undertaken. We've also acknowledged, you guys have acknowledged that you're understaffed, and then people have spoken about the inordinate amount of time and energy that this is consumed and will continue to consume. My question is this: if this all hinges on public benefit, why doesn't DES examine intensely public benefit first before spending all of this time and energy?
Thanks for your question. Mike, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tower, for your question. And yeah, and actually that concept is something that we have discussed. Right now, the way that the law and the rules are constructed, it is part of an integrated review of the application. And I think for the purposes of this application, that's what it will need to remain. However, it's occurred to us, and I think frankly to some applicants, that it might be more efficient and a better process to have some kind of a public benefit determination made before the more detailed technical components of an application are either prepared or submitted to the agency for review. So that's not crazy at all, and I think it's something that could be discussed. It would likely take some legislative action to make that happen, but I appreciate your question. I think it's an interesting question.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike, and thank you, Tom. Sarah and Roger Doucette, please.
Hi, are you hearing me?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Mrs. Doucette, you're muted.
Hi, are we good?
Yes, we
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that you have said that you will require complete stormwater management and wildlife assessment in the course of this review. And I also want to be clear about whether your AOT application will also be for a diminished project rather than the original 3-phase.
Thanks for your question. Phil, please.
I think Ridge, if you wouldn't mind to handle those two questions.
Yes, certainly can do so. Yes, as stated earlier, I guess confirming, yours was a question of confirming, did we state that earlier? And that's one of the main purposes of the alteration of terrain permit process, is to look at stormwater. So we will certainly be looking at that. And one of the components is a requirement to submit this wildlife assessment, which we then work in conjunction with Fish and Game, although they're actually the ones who have the expertise. And as to the second question, as to what phase we'll be looking at, I'm assuming it's, and maybe Phil can help me on this, but I'm assuming it's coming in as phase 1, as we've discussed. So all of them can be looked at together and looking at the same area of proposed development, i.e. phase 1.
Correct. I mean, that's my understanding too. Of course, we haven't received it yet, so we're waiting on that, but that's our understanding.
Thanks, Phil and Ridge.
Is that what you would want to address? You would suggest phase 1 only?
Yes, at this point, in terms of a permit application, I think we recognize that, as I've mentioned in some of my earlier answers, that as we go through the federal process and we get into some of the questions of the NEPA process, and as part of that, there's a decision that needs to be made regarding the scope of that federal review. Should that decision be that needs to be looked at a larger scale, or look at multiple phases, then obviously we would want to be syncing up with that and at least having the modeling information related to the area that's being considered under the federal process.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks
for your questions. Yes. Up next is Elmer Lupton.
Hi, this is Elmer Lupton again. First of all, thank you very much to all the members of the panel. It's great to see our tax dollars at work. Then hopefully a couple of quick questions. Number one, after the landfill is someday completed, assuming that someday it is, who has responsibility for monitoring it? Because once the thing gets built, it's real tough to put a padlock on the door.
Thanks for your question. Jamie, please.
So the applicant, the permittee, is required to continue monitoring a closed landfill.
And who monitors them?
The department.
Second question. Concerning air quality, I believe that the principal things that were being talked about were the relatively large volume outgases such as carbon dioxide and methane. Like, let me ask, what are the standards for noisome gases, which could be in very small quantities, but could be devastating for air quality, particularly for persons living nearby, such as I am?
Todd, please.
Thanks. Did I hear noisome gases?
Yes.
Is that, I guess I'm not familiar with that term, but
I'm sorry. Back in 8th grade, the nun smacked my hand and said, that means bad smelling.
Okay. All right. I'm familiar with that. Yeah, so when I was just describing very generally landfill gas, about half methane, half carbon dioxide, and other pollutants, some of which are very important and also subject to air pollution control requirements. Is that noisome? I learned something tonight. One that is particularly noisome is hydrogen sulfide, which is in landfill gas and it is odoriferous. Aside from being smelly, it also has potential health impacts that emissions of hydrogen sulfide from a landfill would be subject to our state air toxic regulations, and that would be part of our evaluation of whether the emissions from the landfill could comply with our state toxics rules. So in a nutshell, yes, we recognize that there are more than just methane and carbon dioxide, and we have rules in place that we would evaluate any application against to make sure that they meet those standards.
Okay, thanks, Todd. Thank you very much for your questions. Next up is John Swan, please.
I thank you for taking my follow-up questions. I did want to point out in follow-up to Mr. Lupton's question, there are approximately 146 homeowners that reside within 1 mile of this landfill site. So I certainly hope DES is taking that under consideration. Also, I wanted to point out, I hope DES recognizes that it should say something that tonight all speakers on this information session are against this landfill. So I hope that resonates. But my one question, I actually have several questions, but my first question is, in light of the fact that DES has now decided to align the permitting process, I would like to ask if the wetlands permit recognizes the fact that the driveway, Dalton or Douglas Drive, resides within the town of Bethlehem. The solid waste permit, the applicant has omitted completely the town of Bethlehem from the discussion, despite the fact that in the solid waste permit application, the improvements, the required improvements to Douglas Drive in Bethlehem are extensively detailed. So I'd like to know if in this new aligning of the permitting process, if solid waste is going to recognize the fact that the driveway, the access road to the landfill, which will require substantial improvements as well as obviously wetlands impacts, will that be included in the solid waste permit application decision-making process? I think Bethlehem needs to be included in this discussion. The applicant has omitted them from the solid waste permit application on purpose because Bethlehem, like Dalton, has zoning. And this property resides in District 3, which is outside of the permitted area for landfill operations, which would be District 5 in Bethlehem. So I guess my second question to that would be, will the permitting process include the town of Bethlehem, and will the permitting process require the applicant to satisfy local zoning approvals before, I guess, your decision-making process? Because that has not been done to date.
Thanks for your questions. Jamie, please.
So with regards to the town of Bethlehem, the applicant has only proposed a solid waste facility in the town of Dalton. So the property boundary or the facility boundary does not cross into Bethlehem or Littleton, which is also next door, in which case only the town of Dalton is the host municipality.
But there's no driveway access. There's no driveway access.
Mr. Swan, I'd like to finish answering your question if I can.
Okay.
For purposes of the solid waste application. With regards to the access driveway, which I think is what you're talking about, that is something we will evaluate, whether or not there is a requirement in the rules that they have access to the facility. The particular wording, I'll have to double check, but that will be part of our review process, is to consider the implications of that and whether or not that's approvable or if it's grounds for denial. With regards to the local approval question, and please, Mike, feel free to jump in, but I think Todd had already addressed this, that local and state approvals for facilities are separate actions, and that, you know, the solid waste rules and statute are clear that it does not eliminate the applicant or permittee's obligation to obtain local approvals, but it doesn't stop the application process for solid waste either.
Thanks, Jamie. Mike?
I don't have anything to add to that.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for your questions.
They failed to check the box on the solid waste application relative to local zoning approvals, as you pointed out in your letter of incompleteness. What, is there any kind of time frame? I mean, what solid waste, this is your application, and the applicant has not sought local approvals, at least in the town of Dalton, which just recently extended zoning for another year. So obviously the applicant is gaming the system, and I mean, rules are rules, right? They did not check the box for seeking local approvals. So where does that fall in the permitting process for this applicant and its project?
Thanks for your questions. Jamie, please.
So just briefly, because I already addressed the local approval requirement, but briefly, that checkbox that you're talking about, it's an information disclosure. The applicant is required to tell us what approvals they need. Does not require them to obtain the approvals prior to submitting their solid waste application.
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks for your questions. Up next is Adam Finkel, please.
Mr. Finkel, you are unmuted.
Okay, we'll try to come back to Mr. Finkel. John Tudhill, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Just looking at the GSL project in gross, looking at potential revenues approaching $2 billion. So there's a lot of reference this evening to statutes and rules and the agency's obligation to consider these permit applications within the bounds of those statutes and rules. And you know, pretty clearly, the regulatory framework in New Hampshire was enacted by the legislature, promulgated in a different time and in a different world. And I think this has come up earlier this evening, but you know, I think we've gotten to a time now where projects of this magnitude really need to be subjected to the equivalent of a site evaluation committee review. So I'd like to ask this question and then I will jump off. And that is, do those of you on the panel genuinely believe that the laws and rules you're operating under are adequately protective of the public interest, meaning quality of life, protective of public health, environmental quality? And do you believe New Hampshire law provides as much benefit and protection to the public as those benefits and protections accorded to private corporations seeking permits? Thank you and good evening. And I must say I really appreciate the time and the effort that you've put into this session this evening.
Well, thanks very much, and thanks for your question. Mike, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tudhill. And I understand the appeal of asking that question. I have to say the personal opinions of each of the people or any of the people on this are really not relevant. It's not something that would be appropriate for us to weigh in on that. And what I can tell you is that, you know, as I've stated before, we have very specific directive under the statutes and rules that we need to work at, or that guides our work. And for the purposes of our review of this application or any other, those rules and law are really the only thing that matters.
Well, thanks, Mike, and thanks very much for your question. Is Mr. Finkel still on the line here?
I've just unmuted him again.
Hi, can I be heard now?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, so sorry. I don't know what it was. My microphone said green. Sorry about that. Anyway, I'm headed for an air permit question. I'll make the preface as quick as I can. It goes back to what John Tuthill asked a while ago, and the answer he got, I'm paraphrasing, was that you folks will find it difficult to make what you call little mini decisions throughout a notice and comment process. And I appreciate that, but I guess I would suggest, and this goes back to my prior question a long time ago about meeting with interested parties. I think the way to handle that is when you have expertise like you have with Muriel Robinette and Mr. McClammer and Rick Vandepol, and they send you things that you say, and I certainly believe you take it seriously. Conversations with those experts, I think, could be very helpful to everyone. So it gets back to what I said before. You're having all kinds of meetings with the applicant, and I think you should have more meetings with not only affected people, but people with expertise. So now the air permit issue. I just have to say I have never seen a process like this before in 35 years working with federal and state agencies, where the so-called tentative, in quotes, decision is made before there's any public comment. Of course, it's very hard to move an organization off of a decision that's already been made. So let me be blunt. Just suppose, hint, hint, there was somebody affected by this landfill who happens to be one of the two people in the country who's been on both of the National Academy of Science committees on air pollution risk assessment. And suppose that person has read the application and thinks there's a fatal flaw in it that invalidates the whole air permit application. Wouldn't you want to know that before you make your tentative decision? But frankly, I'm not sure that it would be appropriate to file an early comment. If that's your process, then I don't want to file an early comment. I want to follow the rules. But it seems like an unfair and an inefficient process to sequester yourself from expertise that's right out there waiting to talk to you about a document, technical document that's been read. So I just encourage you to reach out to the experts who've already sent comments in on the solid waste and wetlands, and to take advantage of air pollution expertise in the community. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Todd, please.
So relative to issuing a draft decision and soliciting comments on that, that's, I guess, traditionally the way air permits have been done in New Hampshire, and I think it's pretty common throughout the country as well.
Yeah, Todd, I would. Oh, sorry, Kent. I would just add to that. That is the construct of our program under both the statute and the regulations. And that's the process we have followed historically. If somebody, I mean, when we get to the public notice phase, we would certainly welcome those comments, and we would certainly review those comments.
Yeah, and I would say, yeah, there's nothing precluding anybody from calling me and letting me know they have a piece of information that could be important on an application that we're reviewing. What I'm saying is that we're likely not going to receive that, draft up a response, send it back to that person, and get into this back and forth during the review. But I would welcome any information that is pertinent to the application, and then we'll consider it when we issue the draft decision. And it would be up to you if you have information on that application. You can give it to me now. We would consider it, and then after we issue a draft decision, if you still don't think that we got it right, then you can submit the comment and submit it on the record, and that way, it's part of the record. You get to use that in an appeal if necessary, and we would respond to that in writing at that time.
Okay, thanks, Todd and Craig. And thanks for the question very much. Next up is Elliot Wessler, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I want to go back to the discussion we had about alternatives analysis. And one thing I learned, which I didn't know, is that the requirement for alternatives analysis is apparently quite new. And I'm not sure I heard, maybe it wasn't stated whether that requirement is by statute or by rule. I'm not sure it really matters. But the thing that I did take away is that the requirement is very simple, and that is that the applicant must present an alternatives analysis, but otherwise there's no guidance as to what information the applicant has to present, or guidance to DES for that matter, on what considerations DES should supply. So it strikes me that DES has a lot of discretion in the area of how it will, what information it will require from an applicant with respect to an alternatives analysis, and how it will evaluate that information. This is an area where, you know, it seems to most of us that every time that DES has applied discretion in its rules, it's applied it in favor of the applicant. Here's a case where, you know, your guidance is very open-ended. And what I would suggest and what I would ask is whether you would consider using that discretion that you have with respect to the alternatives analysis to require a robust alternatives analysis. I'll give you an example. Is let's say that there is an alternative that's identified by the applicant, and I guess as a little aside, I'd ask you if you would also commit to considering alternatives that are suggested by commenters and not just proposed by applicants. Let's say there is an alternative that, in all other things equal, does less damage to wetlands than the applicant's proposed site. Would that suggest to DES that that alternative site ought to be preferred? Again, all things being equal.
Thanks for your question. Phil, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wessler. Very thoughtful comments and questions. You know, I think one thing I'll ask Marianne to follow up on with you. I believe the alternatives analysis was added to rule and not statute, but I'll just ask that we confirm that, because I think that was, you know, an initial question. And you know, I think one of the challenges we have, like, you know, you've obviously thought a lot about this, and, you know, the question is, you know, you need to frame your decision space for something like this. I mean, obviously there are, you know, if there's no bounds on it, you know, there's alternative sites all across the country or around the world for that matter. And, you know, that's something that would become very quickly well, I mean, it would be unsupportable in many ways. So it's something we're obviously thinking about, and I think you have, as I've pointed out, you know, there isn't a lot of guidance on this at this point. So we are certainly thinking about how we evaluate this new rule. In a lot of ways, when this was conceived, you know, it was for much smaller projects. And maybe projects with a particular business need, you know, for instance, you know, they need to be in a certain region because that's where their market is or something like that. I'm just thinking of, you know, something like a distribution center or something like that, you know. And so obviously the geographic bounds of that are governed by that, you know, that need for the facility. This is a little different, but, you know, it does also have that. It does have a little bit of that too, in that you know, it's certainly the overall project is for a landfill in New England, you know, so it's not that this is something that can be considered, you know, as much broader than that. And, you know, we are just the state of New Hampshire, we aren't New England. So there's challenges we have around, you know, what we can, you know, implement regarding other states. But I thank you for your thoughtful comments, and certainly something we'll consider.
Well, thanks, Phil. Okay.
Do you want me to follow up?
Yeah,
Marianne,
please.
if you could. Yeah.
All right, sure. So just so you know, there was a mention to alternatives in the rules before 2019. It was even more general, and there was a general section, and then there was a section talking about looking at alternatives on site. The biggest change was that in 2019 there was a specific requirement for off-site alternatives analysis for these types of projects, for projects with a permanent impact over 1 acre. Or to a priority resource area, like to a bog or designated prime wetland or something like that. So that is the general rule. There is also a reference in the rule that the applicant, when they do a functional assessment, it does recommend what's called the core highway method. And in there, it does spell out the federal process, which we've alluded to. But we do have questions about whether that's still up to date. And so we're hoping that when we have a meeting with the Corps about that, to make sure the key thing in looking at the alternatives is understanding what the scope, the overall basic project purpose, and that's decisions that the Corps makes, which are significant in deciding the scope of alternatives that can be reviewed. And so those are some of the questions that we have as well.
Thanks, Marianne. And thanks for the questions. Next up is Roger Doucette, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My question is, are there any water treatment facilities in the state of New Hampshire that are capable of removing PFAS from leachate, or is this just trucking it off site and dumping it through these systems isn't really doing anything to protect our water supplies?
Thanks for your question. Mike, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Doucette. So obviously the wastewater treatment facilities around the state are different. They have different levels of treatment. As in a general sense, our understanding is that the treatment methodologies aren't really designed or aren't particularly effective in destroying or removing PFAS. We do understand that some PFAS gets partitioned to the sludge, so there is some reduction in terms of what actually goes out the pipe as treated effluent. But no, right now we're not aware that most wastewater treatment facilities, the municipal wastewater facilities in the state, have the technology that would specifically address that. So basically, what ends up happening is that when leachate goes to a wastewater facility, it generally, the leachate that goes to a facility represents a relatively small proportion of the total flow that goes to that facility. So there is dilution that occurs as a result of a lot more flow with lower concentrations of PFAS and other contaminants for that matter. And as a result, it causes dilution to occur. But we're not aware of any specific methodologies that destroy PFAS in those wastewater treatment facilities.
Thanks, Mike, and thanks for the question. We'll make time for one more from Wayne Morrison, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, and I'll echo what other people have said. Thank you very much for hanging in so long and for taking all of these questions. It's much appreciated. In listening to the feedback and the back and forth tonight, I kind of leave tonight feeling like the risk profile of this project is even higher than I thought it was. I say that because you've described this as one of the most complicated, if not the most complicated project that you've had to deal with. And my guess is that that's the same for the applicant, that they have not done something on this scale either. And I guess my question is, as you go through the public benefit analysis, and if it is determined that additional capacity is needed, is there anything in the DES charter that would try and optimize the solution to solve that problem? In other words, one applicant has come to you with a proposal for a landfill, and let's just use the phase one at 61 acres and the numbers that were rattled off earlier. But is there a preference to say that a much lower solution, a much lower risk solution might be to find an existing site that would be a better solution and a lower risk solution for the state of New Hampshire? And we could find similar capacity. And I'm not even talking about reducing the waste stream. We haven't talked about that at all. But finding additional capacity, is there a more optimal solution than a greenfield, high risk, high complexity to DES, complicated, high risk solution for a supplier, for an applicant who's struggled recently with issues? Is there a way to get that capacity or that public benefit realized without necessarily moving forward with a project of this size, this scope, and this risk? Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question. Mike, please.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Morrison. I think I understand your question. I think the answer is that, the way that the process and the program is structured, an application comes in, we have very specific responsibilities about what that has to contain, how we review it, and how we make a decision on it. And that does not include us suggesting another solution or another facility or another way to skin the cat, if you will. I understand why you'd ask that and why that might be attractive, but I don't believe the current process makes provision for that.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, we're past the witching hour, and I just want to say thank you very much to the panelists here from DES. Pretty impressive group. Thanks for hanging in there, and thanks everybody who participated in this public information session. Just let you know, once again, a recording of this session will be made available on the DES YouTube channel. And thank you once again for participating. Take good care and good night.